The live stream is ready. It's going now. So anytime everybody has arrived and you're ready to go, we can go ahead.
Thanks, Amanda. Okay, I've got 12 o'clock. I'd like to call this meeting of the Finance and Governance Committee to order and acknowledge that we're meeting on the shared traditional lands of the Coast Salish people. Can I just get an acknowledgement of whether you're here or not from Councillor Baxter?
Here.
Councillor Day?
Here.
Councillor Jansen?
Present.
Councillor Logan?
Here.
Don't see Mayor Martin yet. And I understand Councillor Kobayashi won't be able to join us today. So with that, can I get approval of the agenda, please? Councillor Logan, any discussion? Seeing none? Okay, just got to relearn how to use all those blue hands. Any in opposition to the agenda? I'll consider that passed. Mayor Martin, you want to acknowledge that you're here now?
Yes, I am here. Sorry.
Sorry, we just jumped the gun a little bit for you. I'm looking for a motion to adopt the minutes of the Finance and Governance Committee from November 9th, 2020. Councillor Day. Any discussion on that? Don't believe so. Okay, any in opposition to that? Consider that passed. Public participation. Amanda, do we have any public participation?
No, we don't.
Good, then I won't go through what they can't talk about. New business. Mr. Earl, did you want to start us off?
Thank you, Chair Parkinson. So we're at the third of 4 service review meetings for the coming year. We're looking at to work through today: parks, boulevards, trails, public works, roads, sanitary sewer, and storm sewer. And at the outset, before we get going, I'd like, on behalf of the finance team, Ms. Hepting, to provide some overall commentary with respect to the budgets.
Thank you very much. Jen?
I just wanted to take a moment and provide a comment on the financial information that you see before you in each of the service area documents. The city's chart of financial accounts provides the framework for all financial information, and this in turn drives how the financial information is consolidated for budget purposes, for financial reporting purposes, etc. The framework for tracking expenditures was originally based on departmental activity, and then within each of the city's departments by specific activity, if relevant. We are now transitioning away from a departmental-based budget. So for example, an operating budget for public works, and we are transitioning to a service area budget. So an operating budget for each of our distinct service areas, for example, parks versus boulevards versus roads. The service planning discussions that we are initiating now will further define how this financial information is reported. And it's really important that we note the implication of this transition on how the financial information appears in the public works related service plans before you today. These plans identify 7 service areas, and our financial information is not readily defined by each of these service areas in their entirety. So you may have noticed that the financial information provided for the parks service plan is identical to the financial information provided for the trails service plan, and that the financial information provided for boulevards is identical to the financial information provided for roads. That is because historically, we have not budgeted or tracked our expenditure distinctly between these areas. So for example, we track time spent on beautification to beautification, regardless of whether it's spent on city parks or boulevards. And I wanted to highlight that information for you today. And the expectation is that as we have these conversations, it will in turn define how we bring back budget information coming into this year's budget deliberations. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. I see Councillor Day has her hand up. Did you want to add to that, Councillor Day?
Yeah, just I wanted to ask a question because it is a concern for me that they are all lumped together, and I understand that we're moving towards them being. I thought we were working towards having more accountability, as in our budgets would be more clearly defined, as in this much for parks and that much for trails and this much for boulevards. Is that not what's happening?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Day. So we have started that work in recent years. So if you look at the breakdown of the financial information for parks and trails, you can see the distinction between parks and playgrounds, from trails, from garbage collection, from washroom. I want to highlight beautification is included in its entirety in that row. That information does in part include some beautification works that are done for other service areas. But yes, breakdowns have been refined and provided in the last couple of years, and we're continuing to refine that information.
So what I heard you say was that you were transitioning away from departmental budgets. So does that mean that instead of parks, trails, and boulevards being all together, and they're now going to be 3 separate things? Or does that mean that parks, trails, and boulevards are moving towards becoming just 1 percentage point of the city's business?
Thank you for that question. So the intention with moving towards a completely service-defined financial plan is that we will have clear operating budgets for each service area. So in particular, in this area, you may recall our financial plan highlighted a few of the public works related service areas, but they really were rolled up in part because we hadn't yet had these conversations that we're starting today. So moving forward, yes, we will be looking at distinct operating budgets for each service area. So you will see an operating budget for trails versus a separate operating budget for example. The intention is to have operating budgets for each service area as we choose to define them.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Day. Thank you, Jim. Okay, oh, hang on. Councillor Jansen, did you want to chime in here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for that, Jen. I have some questions, and mostly they revolve around sort of hours spent on different activities. I recall when we started this dialogue in 2019 with the previous engineer, and she prepared for us a spreadsheet that tallied hours spent at different specific locations and on different specific jobs. So what I'm left with here is less information that was provided to us in early 2019, which was to be a beginning. And it seems like I'm being asked to take a decision on where I would like to increase services, absent the detailed data that specifies how much time is spent in each park. I mean, I have a bunch of questions, but let's start with how are we tracking the time spent at a specific location doing a specific activity, or are we? And I don't think that's a Jen question. I think that maybe falls to Public Works.
Who wants to handle that?
Chair Parkinson, may I suggest an answer?
Yes, you may suggest an answer.
From my perspective, a question like that might make better sense when we get into that parks area, and we could have the individual who's presenting that area be asked and answered specific questions such as that.
Is that not where we are? Are we on parks or am I wrong?
We're not quite there yet, Dean. So far, we're just having a general discussion on Mr. Earl's introduction. So I think, which is fair enough, but I see that scared off Mr. Baxter too. So
Go ahead and lower my hand then, Mr. Chair, and
Consider it
table my
done.
question.
consider it done. However, just in as a general comment from the chair, because I'm the chair. I sort of echo to some extent the concerns of Councillor Day and Councillor Jansen. And I note with interest that we have very detailed information on snow clearing routes and garbage pickup routes, which probably is not stuff anybody wants council to get in the middle of, but perhaps there are a few comments we can make at the appropriate time. And I guess for myself, and probably sounds like others on council, to get to that same level of what are we doing and how often in other areas would be desirous. But that's just sort of a global statement. And let's at this point jump right into the park service review. And does somebody want to introduce this park service review?
I will. Actually. Hello, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me all?
Yes.
Okay, I'm Rob Boyle, and I have been the manager of Public Works team for 2 years now. More importantly, is the team who will be representing the service levels as follows. Representing the roads and utilities section is our utilities foreman, Bob Angelis, 13-year employee. Representing parks section is our foreman, Gord Villiers, also a 13-year employee. And representing the other public works services is our service coordinator, John Russell, a 60-year employee. As you can see, these are all long-term CFO employees. They have demonstrated a vested interest in keeping the City Colwood at its best. Also in attendance and to back them up will be their respective crews. Most of them are outside of camera shop. Public Works is responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of the city's infrastructure, from street lights and trees to plantings and underground utilities, and everything in between, along with the maintenance of the equipment, vehicles, and facilities that support these services and the other city departments. I will let the team representatives elaborate further on the services with their own introduction of the services that they provide. But at this time, I'd like to mention how proud I am of all the Public Works crews in their continued efforts in doing the best they can with the resources that are provided. And specifically, I'd like to bring to attention their efforts and demonstration of commitment they show during emergency events that occur after normal working hours, such as round-the-clock snow fights that last a week long, middle of the night storm debris cleanup, manning around-the-clock pumping operation to address flooding issues, to general traffic control to support emergency service calls. These individuals interrupt their personal and home lives after the workday is done to represent the needs of this community. That is a commendable show of their dedication to providing valued service to the community. As you have and will hear from other service area presentations, the City Colwood is growing. And with growth comes added infrastructure and increased calls for service. We continue to strive in addressing these increasing needs. New management tools, such as the anticipated land management software with a call for service module, along with the GIS information system. Once in place, we will be better able to track and report back on our effectiveness in meeting these service calls. To date, Public Works has operated in a predominantly reactionary fashion, with little time or resources for preventative or proactive works. And we are hopeful that this review of our services will provide us with direction on where council is desirous that we focus our energies and resources. We look forward to hearing your comments and expectations of the services we provide so that we can better serve the City of Colwood. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. But I speak for all of us on council when I echo your appreciation for the efforts of your crews. So was it Gord was going to introduce parks?
That's me, yes.
Thank
Hello.
you. Hello.
I just want to say thank you, Rob. That was a great introduction. Thank you very much. So I'm going to start with parks, and we have trails and we have boulevards as well. And I'll just echo that I do have the full park staff here with me. Colwood maintains, staff maintain, and beautify over 22 parks and green spaces, including destination playgrounds and neighborhood commons. Services provided range from weekly playground maintenance and inspection to manicured lawn and garden care, as well as washroom maintenance, irrigation, and tree management. Among the locations managed, community parks are provided high-frequency maintenance, including playgrounds at locations such as Herm Williams and Colwood Creek Parks. Neighborhood parks and green spaces are moderate frequency, such as Terra Hugh and Nellie Peace Park. Linear and undeveloped parks are typically low frequency, including the seasonal maintenance of Sumar and Elizabeth Ann parks. There are a few unique assets on the high frequency maintenance list, such as St. John's Historic Site, Church, Pioneer Cemetery, and the Colwood Waterfront and Lagoon. So that's my overview. And then we have some council expectations that we came up with. And I can go through those for you. That a high standard of landscaping and safety be upheld at parks and playgrounds. Appendix B lists the levels of maintenance for community, neighborhood, and linear parks, as well as specific parks within these categories. And we went off the Parks Master Plan that's being developed as how we came up with that. That beautification of green spaces through plantings be a priority for staff. Currently, beautification of community parks is performed if plants are available after boulevard beautification is complete. Please see Boulevard Appendix B for more information on the beautification. That parks improvement increase safety and accessibility for residents, including the provision of playgrounds for all user groups. That public stewardship and engagement be encouraged throughout the city. Partnerships with Green Team Canada and Friends of Havenwood Park are nurtured and assistance rendered through the removal of invasive plants debris by city staff. That when staff install permanent plants and trees, they are using native plant species where possible. And now I'll move on to some successes that we've had. Colwood playgrounds are safe and enjoyable spaces for children of all ages. Irrigation construction standards improved with developers. In an interdepartmental effort, staff capitalized on the good relationship between developers and city employees to improve the irrigation standards of construction, which will decrease water usage and improve plant health. Developed and implemented an in-house training program for key equipment, improving safety and efficiency. Some of our challenges and opportunities. Some of the challenges were struggled to provide beautification due to competing service demands. Though important, calls for service complicate the delivery of scheduled work. Minimizing the disparity between initial presentation and long-term care of landscape installations provided by developers. Staff will continue to work with developers to keep the maintenance needs of new assets in focus while allowing for creative and meaningful landscape design. Damage to city infrastructure caused by Royal Bay rabbit infestation and mitigating the resulting hazardous conditions to prevent injury. Implementing COVID playground and amenity protocols at a cost to schedule work. We now have some of the priorities we worked on in 2020. Implement sustained high level of services to public washrooms during COVID-19. Providing this service is essential to the public safety. Implement a mower equipment training program, which we did and are currently putting all the public or park staff through our ride-on mower training program. And then some 2021s and beyond priorities that we have is to create an urban forest management plan and create an action program from the recent Parks and Recreation Master Plan that's ongoing right now. Thank you. And that's parks.
Thank you, Gord. We'll look for some discussion on that. But perhaps for me, if you could give me just an overview, when you talk about your parks crew, how many people is that? And are they dedicated to parks or are they pulled back and forth between other functions? And does that vary throughout the year?
I think altogether we have 10 parks workers. And at this point, we have gone through some different models, but at this point, I think everybody in the park staff are totally parks.
Okay.
We do, I mean, we do make it a habit, especially when we're low on one side roads and parks, to be able to move over some labor and some time when needed. Sometimes roads are short and they need some traffic control, then we pull from the parks crew to do traffic control. And it works the other way around as well. We try to help out where we can if time permits.
Thank you. Okay, now we have to get into this complicated, probably, but perhaps to the best way of addressing these things. The first item we're going to talk about, resolve that service. Well, no. Let's talk about I lost my notes here. Give me a half a second. Successes and challenges to begin with. Who wants to start a discussion on what they see on successes and challenges? Councillor Day, you want to start us off?
Sure. So one of the challenges that I see, and I do really appreciate that, you know, there's a lot of work to be done and not a lot of bodies to get it done. But one of the challenges is that we haven't really identified our targets. We've kind of looked at over the years, you know, here's how we're maintaining our parks. Are you happy with it? And then as we've gone along, we've said, you know, we've kind of refined that with, we need more of this or more of that, or we've had the various slice and dice discussions to allocate our efforts to our priority areas. But what we haven't done is any real hard targets of what we have. We have a list of how many parks we have a list of how many equipment areas there are, playgrounds, etc. But we have no marker that's saying we have, you know, X number of people, and that relates to X number of acres of park is needed. So basically, as our environment is changing with a lot of development and growth, and perhaps even our demographics are changing a little, we may or may not be keeping up. And as far as I can tell, we don't have any metrics to check that, to see, you know, where is our area of greatest need. And what I'm seeing happen as development is occurring is that we have demonstrably less and less canopy or forest or green space or natural areas remaining, and more pressure on those areas. So I would really, and I'm not suggesting that it should be able to be pulled out of the hat right this minute, but I think we need to work towards having some of those benchmarks, because last term we did some benchmarking kind of retroactively to look at what's happened in Colwood over the last 10 or 15 years. And it's pretty opposite of what most of us would have said our intentions are. So I'm just identifying that we really need to get some goals and some statistics that are related to the real life conditions on the ground right now.
Thank you, Councillor Day. Councillor Jansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I fall back to my previous question as far as how we're tracking our data. We keep talking about being data driven. So I'm wondering what the data speaks to for 2019. I'm looking back at the maintenance service levels, 2018 parks maintenance activities. It was prepared by the previous administration, which gave a lot of data for 2018. I do recall that we tabled this to get the 2019 data. So I'm wondering if this is available. And for instance, I grabbed the first park, Coleman Park, January to December 2018. required 3 employees for an average of 4-hour visit for 12 visits for a season, which added up to 18 hours per year, 0.02 of an FTE. So I'm wondering, and I recall, it was early in our term, I guess, that this was, we did table this discussion to await another year of data. And so I'm wondering if this is forthcoming or if this is going to be offered at a different time or what. That's my first question.
Okay, so I see under my raised hands, I have one that calls itself City Hall. I'm not sure who wants to stand up for City Hall, but whoever that is, perhaps now is your chance to chime in.
Thank you, Chair Parkinson. I will take the first crack at it and then turn it over to the rest of the team. So with respect to Councillor Day's question, as Council is aware, as part of the REC master plan that we're actively involved in right now, benchmarking is and will be part of that process. And so we will look at the volume of park that we have by hectare compared to population and compared to area and compared to ourselves over time. And we will report back to Council how we sit relative to normal benchmarks in that regard and how those benchmarks sit with respect to Colwood public opinion about where we may or may not have deficiencies. And so we're actively working on that, and we will intend to include such benchmarks as we move forward. With respect to Councillor Jansen's question, I might ask Gord and or other parts of the team to provide some more detailed commentary on Appendix B with respect to the specific example that Councillor Jansen gave of Coleman Park. Coleman Park sits within the community parks section of Appendix B, and in the community park section, this speaks to weekly playground maintenance. And then other parks on Appendix P receive different levels of maintenance every 3 or 4 weeks, or perhaps twice a year. And so perhaps Gord can provide more specific commentary with respect to how a community park and a neighborhood park and a linear park are different, and how the person hours associated with maintenance differ between the 3.
So, I mean, thank you, Robert, and thank you, Chair. So the community parks are basically, we've gone through what the new parks master plan is going to put forward, like Robert has mentioned, as to the different levels of parks, community parks being parks with playgrounds and would be a higher frequency used park. And so they have more safety concerns with the use. And those, like said, those would be weekly maintenance. It does depend. Some neighborhood parks would actually might get more than just what's the every other week or every 3rd or 4th week, because some neighborhood parks are quite well used. So it really just depends on how we see the park being used is where we put that as far as the maintenance is concerned. There are some neighborhood parks that we do find get used quite a bit, that are used by community associations and that sort of thing, or daycares that we need to go and do. So it's really park user frequency comes into that. As far as keeping track, the only park that we have separated for in the keeping time through Penny and actually putting it on our time cards is Meadows Park. All the other parks, I believe, fall within just the one park line item. So anytime we're at any of these parks, it just gets coded to parks. And that's how.
And if I could comment further, it's administration's desire, again, trying to reflect back on Councillor Jansen's question, to have council reflect back on their experience and what they heard from the public about the public's experience at each of these parks, and recognizing that parks that are listed in Appendix B as community parks receive weekly playground inspection, and then every 2 or 3 weeks receive lawn and garden maintenance. Whereas the neighborhood parks every 3 or 4 weeks receiving grounds maintenance, and the linear parks twice a year. And so what we're seeking from council is their perspective on how they believe these parks are presenting and whether or not there are parks that, from council's perspective, should be receiving a higher degree or more frequent maintenance, or a lesser degree or less frequent maintenance. We will then use that information to craft budgets for both labor, materials, and equipment for parks that are contained within each of those categories. And so that's our reason to be before you today, is to understand your perspective. For example, with Coleman Park, are we meeting council service level expectations reflecting on the 2020 experience for Coleman Park, and then kind of running through the entire list if there are parks within this list that are not meeting your expectations and or exceeding.
Thank you. Did you have more, Councilor Johnson?
I'm just getting started.
Attaboy.
I hear all of what people are saying, and quite frankly, it's not about Coleman Park. I don't even know where Coleman Park is. But I guess my concern is that at the time, council at the time was presented with a bunch of data, and I guess my assumption was that data would continue through to 2019, allowing us to make some detailed decisions on whether we need more park staff or not. So do we know how many times we were in Coleman Park and how many staff hours were spent in 2019? Because we did it in 2018. I'm just trying to understand what's changed if we don't have that answer.
Sorry, I can comment. Administration can and will provide you the clarity of answer with respect to how much time we spent in each location. What we're seeking from council, however, is your reflection on whether or not the result of that work landed in the maintenance of a park that met your expectations, that was deficient of your expectations, and or exceeded your expectations.
Okay, well, I've never been to Coleman Park, so I don't really have an opinion, but I think we can, as a council, do this by feel, I guess, but I thought we were going to take a data-driven approach to our service delivery levels, which started in 2018. I understand that predated your administration, Mr. Earl. I said, but during the maintenance service level 2018, we were presented with a bunch of statistics as far as trips to parks. It was quite detailed. It generated a lot of buzz and discussion. And the point at the time was that we were going to be moving forward and collecting that data for 2019. And now it seems like we're asked to make high-level decisions with less information. And I mean, I don't know where to go with this. If I were to vote on an increase in playground inspections, I mean, I don't know how many hours and how many staff members and how many different playgrounds were looked at over what kind of time frame for 2019. And it seems like we've taken specific parks or activities in parks and we've grouped them together now. And so we've kind of taken, in my mind, a step backwards from where we were when we had this discussion in 2018. It was very detailed, presented by Mr. Payne in consultation with the park staff. And now I'm being asked to vote on potential increases or what have you with less information. I guess that's a comment. I'd love to hear some feedback.
Sorry, Mr. Earl again. From administration's perspective, it's our belief that delivering an efficient and effective service is an administrative function, and we need to return to council and provide information with respect to how we are doing that efficiently. Where we don't, where we believe council's role sits is with respect to understanding the public's, understanding and interpret the public's level of service expectation for each of those parks. So notwithstanding, we could return to you indicating the number of hours we spent on Seashell Park or Ocean View Park, and whether or not that was higher or lower in 2020 versus 2019 or 2018. What we really like to better understand from council is, was that work that we did effective in delivering on a service level for the park that meets your expectations in terms of how that park looks and feels? Was the lawn and garden maintenance above or below your expectations generally for community parks or generally for neighborhood parks, notwithstanding that administration is required and or asked to provide that service in the most efficient way, and we will endeavor to do so. What we'd like to better understand is, are we providing too high a level of service or too low a level of service? And I recognize that's a different question from, are we providing an efficient service? But administration's of the belief that what we need from council is to understand, are we providing the right level of service? And I think it goes without saying that council is of the belief that we're going to deliver that efficiently.
Okay, I'm having a tough time extrapolating this. I don't want to dominate everything, but this is a very specific question. Do we keep data on hours spent in parks? Is there a trip sheet that's done every time someone makes a trip to a park? Is that data accessible or available?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Jansen. There is some data. However, much of this data is in paper form. After the initial projection that we put forward as part of the 2018 service level review, we were hoping to get more access to a technology-based platform, like expanding our current penny system for pay, that sort of thing, to track GL codes and time with regard to parks. Unfortunately, we don't have that yet. Hopefully, the new business management system that comes in the next couple of years will give us that capability. But at the moment, it is just pen and paper, and we don't have that data as reliably as we would through an electronic format. Now, with regard to the 2018 service levels, that was a projection put forward by staff to give an idea of what we need to maintain the assets. It wasn't a specific example of what we did in 2018.
Thank you for that clarity, Gordon.
So I won't keep flogging this horse, Mr. Chair, but I appreciate that, Gord, and I do appreciate the data that came forward in 2018. I look forward to something similar. But in the meantime, I mean, if you ask me if Coleman Park was well kept over the past year, first off, I don't even know where it is, or maybe I do and I've forgotten. And I'm having a difficult time sort of spitballing on whether I think it should be mowed more or less. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I guess we could take it, the fact that you don't know where it is means you haven't been getting a lot of complaints from the public about it. So we can say it's not completely under maintained. Councillor Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are we talking about council expectations as well as the successes and challenges?
I think our only hope to stay on track is to try to limit it to successes and challenges for now. Okay. I know it's slicing and dicing and gets complicated, but let's try to stick to that.
No, fair enough. I do commend all the work that the parks crew does on a daily basis, given the resources they have, and I echo the successes. I guess the challenges that I observe is the calls to service impacting the daily maintenance, and I think that has an impact on the well-being and the feeling of our parks. And I'm looking for some way, because notwithstanding some of the technology that we may acquire that Mr. Boyle had spoken about earlier, we're still going to have that push and pull of calls for service versus scheduled maintenance. And I'm looking for a strategy on how we address that, so we can make sure that our maintenance continues. I also, I guess this is probably more of a an opportunity. And my feeling, and to part of Robert's comment is, from my perspective, the status quo in terms of maintenance is no longer acceptable. And I say that because the way people are using our parks is changing. And it's because of density, I'm sure, but also because of COVID. So instead of people simply walking through a park to get to a place or to walk their dog, they are actually spending time in the park to visit and to recreate and to play. And from that perspective, I think we need to up our game a bit in terms of maintenance, because people are using it as their backyard. And I think we need to invest in more capital, and our human resources. And I think we need to be sensitive as well in terms of the impact that our crews and equipment have. And this is a challenge because I know the way we maintain our parks has kind of drives our maintenance standards. As an example, cutting Colwood Creek Park. Because of the limited funding, we may not cut that park until it's the grass is a foot high in the summer at times, leaving the park look like there's bales of hay strewn across certain parts of the park, which make it unusable for kids that want to kick a ball around, that sort of stuff, or driving a heavy piece of equipment on the lawn when it's soft, leaving divots. So I'm looking for a little bit of, I guess, sensitivity, and there's an opportunity there to change how our parks feel. And I know I'm jumping ahead, but notwithstanding some of the concerns that were brought up by Councillor Day and Jansen in terms of tracking time spent in the park, but I really think that we need to increase our service level. And I certainly would support that. I know I'm jumping ahead, Mr. Chair, but I think there really is some opportunity there to improve and to support our crews that are doing the excellent work. So I am looking for just to summarize, some tactics to keep up our maintenance and not to have it decrease as a result of some calls for service. But I'm also looking for some tactics from our crews to address some of the council expectations that they've listed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I ask when people are finished if they could lower their hands? I'm not sure if City Hall is looking to talk again or if they're done. Thank you. And maybe just following up on Gord's discussion, Gord, could you give us an example of sort of when an interruption of maintenance for a call for service, like how that might work, or what kind of call for service might interrupt maintenance?
Well, right now we get those calls for service. They either come through the front office staff or through the Public Works front office, which is John Russell. They're put into what we're using now is the iCompass program, which isn't necessarily a call for service type program, but that's what we're using it for. And then those get, we look those over, we determine whether it's a call for service such as a broken playground, a broken piece of equipment that needs to be done right away, or if it could be something that could be scheduled in for a later date. I would say that we get on average, I would get on average, and I'm going to spitball a little bit here because I don't actually have the data in front of me, but at least 5 to 6 of those iCompasses per day during the growing season. So we try to get to those as soon as possible, even if it's something that can wait. If the resident's calling in because the grass is too long, or if there's an issue with the way something looks. I mean, sometimes we just can't get to everything, on a regular basis. So, and once it's brought to our attention that it's something that needs to get done, we try to do it as soon as possible. Sometimes it's very tough with the size of the shop that we are to be able to have scheduled maintenance keep going and still get to these calls for service. And they do range anything from broken playground equipment to tall grass to unsightly gardens to tree. And a lot of these calls are for tree maintenance as well.
Great. Thank you. That's helpful for me anyway. Councillor Baxter?
I am now unmuted. I have some questions about the budget numbers we have here. So parks and playgrounds maintenance is increasing slightly from 2019 actual to 2021 budget, which I presume might just be inflation. But beautification landscaping shows a 45% intended increase from 2019 to 2021. That's 2019 actual compared to 2021 budget. So given that parks are being created and put into service at quite a rate down in Royal Bay, why is one number increasing a lot and the other number not increasing?
I think actually maybe Gordy made up these numbers. I'm not sure. Somebody probably has a better explanation.
Hi there, Jen Hepting here through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Baxter. As you may recall, we had an endorsed increased park service for the 2020 budget, and that was related to the expectation that we would be taking on maintenance of Meadow Park down in Royal Bay. That entire budget figure is included in the landscaping line, and we will be providing improved information on that as we come into 2021 budget deliberations. But that entire estimated budgetary for those maintenance works is all included within landscaping there.
Okay, so I guess what I'm not understanding is why Meadow Park, for instance, does not affect the parks maintenance budget. It affects only the beautification landscaping budget. How are these numbers divided up?
Thank you for that question. The estimated increase for assuming maintenance for Meadow Park, in these figures here, it's included directly within the landscaping. It needs to be disaggregated between all aspects of the works and will be moving forward. But it is
okay,
not.
Thank you. So having established that, I assume that the question we are being asked is, as regards the, are we looking for to maintain increase or decrease level of service? That's relative to the predicted increase in budget. So obviously the budget is increasing because of the increasing area, but we're being asked about level of service not related to the increase in area, which is a given in increasing the budget. Have I read that correctly?
I would say absolutely that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Then I just the last thing I want to talk about there is the just echoing Councillor Jensen's frustration a little bit with what we were told right at the beginning of 2018, I think, very first budget talks, right at the beginning of our term. And not yet 2 years later, the plans seem to have changed. And I completely understand that there's been a significant change in personnel, and the personnel that discussed that intention some time ago perhaps didn't leave a lot of information on what the intention was. And therefore, I'm really happy that we're doing what we're doing right here in these meetings, because even if personnel changes in the future, we're leaving behind some fair amount of detail on what council agreed should be happening, or how it should be changing. But as regards the question we are being asked by staff, which is, are we satisfied with the levels of current and proposed maintenance? There is a question of how does staff assess whether this work is being done efficiently. And I worked in this area for a long time, and I've worked in places where the only tools we had were observation, empirical observation, and understanding who the crews were and how they worked. But I've also worked in places where there was detailed numbers. And one of the benefits you get from some level of detail of the numbers, how many hours go into what types of park, I don't think you want to break it down by every single park, is that as your park system expands, as it will do here for some time to come, each new proposed park is that much easier to say, well, this is what it's probably going to cost, because it looks like these parks over here, and we know what they cost per acre to maintain in a year, with some level of certainty. And it also helps to establish for staff, I'm not saying this would necessarily have to come to council, is whether, although the level of maintenance is regarded as sufficient, the cost of it keeps going up faster than inflation, or whether it goes down and we're actually becoming more efficient. And I would have thought that was a useful thing to know. So that's all I want to say on this for now. And if staff have comments, I'd be glad to hear them. If not, well, that's me done.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. I see City Hall has its hand up again. So who wants to chime in from there?
Thank you, Chair Parkinson. Mr. Earl here. From my perspective, the service review process this year is primarily an exercise in effectiveness and not efficiency. And it's administration's desire and previous council's desire to also look at efficiency. As described to you already, our software system isn't currently set up for us to be granular in terms of where we're applying resources, both labor, capital, and material and equipment, such that we could provide high-level commentary through this process on the efficiency that we are generating in providing service in individual parks, and comparing that efficiency to ourselves over time, or comparing that efficiency to other service providers such as other municipalities. It's administration's expectation that we are hopeful to get there in 1 or 2 more years as part of the service review process to create benchmarking. That will take at least a year or 2 worth of data generation with a computer system that can do so efficiently, that can do so effectively. So back to Councillor Baxter's question, this year, this is primarily a discussion in effectiveness. Are we being effective in delivering service to these parks in a way that is meeting council's expectation is the primary conversation. Once we understand that, we will then begin to drill down into the details and provide council with commentary with respect to our efficiency of that service delivery.
Thank you for that very clear and very satisfactory answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. I've got some questions, but I have to ask this one first. So if we go to, for staff, if we go to Appendix B, I counted, there are 25 parks listed, but we have 56. So where are the other 27 parks? And I'll use an example. There's Pitt House Park is not listed, and I know we spend time on Pitt House Park. Matilda Park is not listed under here, and I know we spend resources on Matilda Park. I can go through the list of the parks, but can you explain where are the other 50 or 55 or 60 parks, and where do they fall within those, and why are they not listed under Appendix B?
Gord, I can answer that for you, Mayor Martin. A lot of those other parks that you were mentioning are under our trails section. So there's quite a split in the parks. These were just our parks maintenance, what we would consider parks maintenance, whereas those other ones, like you said, Matilda, Pitt House, Havenwood, those ones will all be under trails.
So I'm looking under trails right now, and I don't see Pitt House, for example. It's not under trails either in Appendix B. I don't want to go through all the lists, but I understand, and I'm not looking to try and catch staff, Gord, so it's fine that way. It's just that becomes a bit of an issue for me when I don't see certain parks, which leads into the second issue, and I have to reflect what Councillor Jensen has been saying and around time. And one of the concerns that I have, and how do I make a decision around that, is I will use Pitt House Park as an example. I would like to see more work in Pitt House Park. However, years past, we have had to make budgetary decisions around controlling our lift. And so what has happened was we weren't making decisions around increasing service level on parks that we have identified that do need increased levels, because we were fighting a financial issues around trying to control our lifts. And when I don't understand how much service level is going into parks, and if we have that ability to shift our workforce from one park to another park to create larger efficiencies and be more effective, I don't know if I need to maintain the certain levels. And that's where I'm struggling with this. And I don't know, like for example, I don't think Matilda Park needs any more additional work or labor. However, I do think Pitt House Park does. So how in this do I identify through this process that I think certain parks do need to increase their level of service and the rest don't? I'm not exactly sure how, because I wouldn't necessarily say I need to increase maintenance. So I'll wait for an answer from staff.
I think Mr. Earl is chomping at the bit to answer that one.
Thank you, Chair Parkinson. Exactly as Mayor Martin has described, staff have now captured a desire on the part of council for increased service to Pitt House Park. And if there are other parks where council would like to see increased service, this is exactly the time for council to provide that feedback.
But so through the chair, how do I provide that, but also be keeping in mind around costs? So where I'm struggling with this is that we have not, as a council, had a discussion yet around our desires for a lift in the 2021 budget. You know, are we desirous of having a zero lift again this next year, or do we have a desire that we're going to go inflation? Do we have a desire that we're going to go 3%? And if we work through these process and we continually increase service levels, but it's going to have a major ramification down the road when we're actually in budget discussion. So I'm starting to feel like we're putting the horse before the cart, because I mean, I certainly don't feel comfortable increasing park spends if this council makes a decision that we want to have a 0% lift this year.
Mr. Earl?
Thank you, Chair Parkinson, and through to Mayor Martin. For any area that council through the service review process describes a desire for an increased or changed level of service. Between now and the budget process, staff will develop options. And so at budget, staff will return with, well, if we continue to provide the same level of service in parks as we did in 2020, here is our budget estimate for that process in 2021. If, however, council was desirous for increase in Pitt House Park, here is the change that would be required to provide that. Council will debate each and every one of those within the context of council's desire to either maintain at zero or maintain a specific tax lift for the coming year, given the information that administration will provide at that time with respect to new taxation values as those generate new revenues.
Okay, in a past review of the public has commented back to us that one of the major desires of the community is that we have more washrooms, for example, in our parks. How do I reflect that through these budgets? Is that through a capital? And if that's through a capital, how do I maintain that from a maintenance standpoint, and how do I move that from a budgetary standpoint? If I'm looking at increasing or decreasing the service levels, but I also have a desire to have washrooms, that's clearly going to increase the maintenance costs as well. So at what point do we make those decisions?
Mr. Earl.
Thank you, Chair Parkinson. If council were to determine that additional washrooms are a service that they would like to provide in our parks or on our trail system, this is the time you would provide that advice. We will return at budget with, here would be the costs, the capital costs related to the provision of that washroom and or a range of costs with a range of washroom types, along with the operating costs that would advance over time and the cost relative to replace those assets over time. And so now is the time for council to describe additional washrooms if that's part of the park service that you'd like to see enhanced. And the more precise that you can be, the more valuable it is for the staff team. For example, there are some parks within our community that have ready access to water and wastewater linear infrastructure, and there are some that do not. And so the costs relative to servicing where there is no linear infrastructure are substantively more than where there isn't. So the more precise that council can be about where you'd like additional washrooms, the better prepared admin will be at budget time to provide you options.
And through the chair, has staff not already done that? And I am not looking to our CAO, but I do remember already going through this process.
Well, I'm not sure about that. I
know we did.
Some of your questions, Rob, I expected we would deal with as part of the Parks and Recreation Plan when it came forward, that would talk about parks, and that might be the time we got into more details on Pitt House Park and Lake.
Well, this is park service review. Are we not doing park service review right now?
Yes, we are. But remember, we're also separately doing a Parks and Recreation Master Plan that's supposed to come up with, here's our parks and here's what we should be doing in them to some extent.
Okay.
So, you're right. Budget versus scope, they conflict. So I don't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Nope. I guess I will conclude except by saying that the work has already been done by a previous council and by staff. Yeah, I believe it was done in 2016, 2017. So I believe that work and the identification of where the high need for bathrooms have already been listed. So it's just seemed like it has fallen off the table that because of a maintenance standpoint, we've never had the ability to increase capital spend. So I will conclude then.
Hey, my board's lighting up like a Christmas tree. Mr. Earl, oh, you're gone. Okay, you had your chance. Councillor Day.
Thank you. I concur with what Mayor Martin is saying here, because we've been down this road before of talking. I mean, if you take all the price stickers off of things and go into the store, my basket is going to look a lot different than what my basket looks like when the price stickers are on. So I'm just saying that what I really want to see happen for parks is that there are more benchmarks and that we are able to talk about efficiencies as well as the overall amount of work that needs to be done. And right now, it's way more than 2 years ago that we were promised some benchmarking numbers. And I recognize that that's a hard job and it's taking time to do it. But I think that we are wasting everybody's time if we don't provide some realism to what we might be able to accomplish. Obviously, I think it's a no-brainer. We can't double or triple the amount of money that we spend on parks maintenance. But I think that it's also a no-brainer that we could identify the benchmarks that we need to be able to start capturing in order to have that incremental decisions move forward from year to year and not be random. So for example, Coleman Park was pulled out by Councillor Jansen. Now, the reason Coleman Park was on our list was because of letters and a presentation that we received from the residents near to Coleman Park, where there is a play structure and where invasive species were making it unsafe for children to play there. So the issue was resolved through the great work of our staff making an extraordinary effort to go up there and to pull out the thistles and the whatever was growing that shouldn't have been there, and make some on-the-fly improvements in order to make that work for the residents. But if you ask those residents today, was it enough? I think they would say, no, we're really appreciative of the great effort that staff made, but no, we shouldn't have to come to City Hall and send you letters and everything just to make sure that a playground is safe for kids to play in. So I think for the targets that I would like to see, I would like to know overall what the percentage of accessible trails that we have is, so that we could track over time that we are increasing the amount of trails that are accessible to people with disabilities, strollers, walkers, everything. That there are natural parks and wildlife space, because those are the biggest bang for your buck. We have the least maintenance to do on those. And looking at the number of play structures, the number of, or the length of connecting trails, and our response time to those places where invasive species do have outbreaks, perimeter parks being one example. I would really like to see those types of benchmarks captured, so that next year when we look at this, whether it's a good year or a lean year, knowing that post-COVID there's going to be a lot of ups and downs in the future, and that the park areas are really important to us, that we have some benchmarks that we can still be moving forward even in those years when we maybe have to do less than we would like to be able to do. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Day. So I have hands up from Councillor Jansen and Councillor Baxter. Mayor Martin's hand is up, but I think that's left up. Then I'll say a few words. Then we could, I think, wrap up the successes and challenges sections and perhaps quickly move through the others on the parks. We've got a bit in front of us today, and we're certainly providing the kind of feedback I think staff wanted, but we do have a lot of stuff to cover. So Councillor Jansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Back to Mr. Earl's point, there was some thought about us providing input on specific parks as far as the services. I mean, if we're doing help me out here, we're doing a service review, not an infrastructure review. Are you are you seeking some of the input specific park by park on where we think things like washrooms or playgrounds should be installed?
Go ahead, Mr. Earl.
Thank you, Chair Parkinson. Broadly speaking, administration is seeking to better understand whether or not we are at a high level meeting council's expectations in this particular area for parks maintenance. And we've broken it down into community parks, neighborhood parks, and linear parks, and as has already been described, because we're in the process of a rec master plan, we are going to benefit from some benchmarking in terms of how much natural park we have relative to our population, the play structures relative to where our children live, and our trail system and its connectivity. So we will have some benchmarking there. But what administration is seeking in general is an idea from council about whether we are meeting, exceeding, or not meeting your expectations in park maintenance. And then specifically, where council either directly or indirectly through your constituent conversations has ideas for increased or decreased maintenance and or new infrastructure, that information would also benefit us greatly.
Okay, thank you, I think. Let me ask, on a subject change, Mr. Chair, opportunities. Nowhere in here does it talk about seasonal staff. And that has been a topic of discussion in the past. It does seem that other communities staff up for the warm season. Do we make extensive use, or is there an opportunity to expand our use of seasonal staff that can take care of some of the week-to-week maintenance while existing staff members focus on some of the longer-term jobs?
Thank you, Councillor Jensen, for that, and through the chair. We have used seasonal staff in the past, and we actually have some full-time employees that are with us now that were seasonal staff, that started as seasonal staff. And I believe we are going to have an extra 4 seasonal staff. I could be, I think that's what it is moving forward, but for this growing season coming up as well. And that's going to help us with the extra maintenance we're going to have with Meadows Park.
Thank you. And I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chair. I'll have some more to say when we get to some of your motions there.
Thank you. Councillor Baxter.
I just wanted to express support for Rob's ambitions for more at Pitt House Park. And in particular, I think I'd like to see more made of the history as regards to the Pitt House itself and the apple orchard there. And I think that would be my first priority on that park. I think we're making an assumption that staff are going to bring forward proposals at budget time, and then we get to say yay or nay there. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So if I could just wrap up a couple of thoughts. I was going to, again, as Councillor Jansen did, wonder about the use of auxiliaries during the summer to sort of even out the load. I suspect it's a bit of a challenge trying to balance the workload over the 12 months of the year, but enough said on that. The only other thing I wanted to sort of ask about was irrigation systems. And I see that you're talking about getting better and more efficient irrigation systems, which is a great thing, except any irrigation system has got to be a fair whack of work. And I know at the council table, we've approved a number of short little sections of irrigation. Do you look closely at irrigation systems and when they're sort of more trouble than they're worth once things are established? How do you make that call? I guess
thank you for the question. Can you clarify that a little bit as how do we make the call if they're needed? Is that what you're asking?
Oh, I think in a lot of cases, irrigation is a real benefit to getting things established and up and running. But but once plantings and grass is established, keeping it green is nice, but letting it go brown is not a terrible thing anymore either. I just wonder how you make the call on if it's an irrigation system, you automatically keep it alive and keep maintaining it and keep draining it and filling it, or do you at some point say that one's done its purpose and we don't need it anymore?
I have a quick answer to that, and I think Rob Boyle wants to weigh in as well. We do have some systems that we call what is called a throwaway system, which would be something that helps the trees or garden get established, and then we would not use it again unless, of course, they're mainly for trees if there's a drought conditions where we have the availability to add water if we need to. For us to decide on what needs water and what doesn't, that's expectation as to what council wants to see out there. If you want to see green grass, then we water it. If you're okay with brown grass, then we wouldn't water it. We don't really make that call unless it's a property that's been handed to us where there is a system that is put in place only for the establishment of the trees and grass.
Fair enough. So a fight at the council table is what you're telling me. Fair enough. Okay, I think that's it. I think I could look for a motion to the Finance and Governance Committee recommend to Council the Park Service Area be received. The amended Success, Challenges, Opportunities sections be included in the draft 2021 service review. Who wants to make that motion? Councillor Baxter. Any further discussion on this motion?
Well, wait a minute. You haven't heard the motion I'm making.
Well, I read the motion I wanted made. I assumed that you were going to cooperate, but apparently not. Please make your motion, Mr. Baxter.
Well, I believe we have to say whether it's maintained, increased, or decreased. And since we have requested options.
If I could interrupt, we have 4 separate motions, so I'm just taking them one paragraph at a time so that you will get a chance to talk about increasing and decreasing.
Okay, sorry. You're just talking about accepting successes and challenges.
I am, sorry. I know it's a complex.
Right. I'll make the motion as you requested then.
What a great guy you are. Thank you. Any discussion on that motion? Any in opposition? Okay, I'll declare that section passed. Now, the next one is that the amended council expectations section of the Park Service Area be included in the draft 2021 service review. Who wants to make that motion? Councillor Logan. Okay, I'm going to lower all hands, but if people did want to discuss, I would accept discussion on this one since it's slightly different than what we've talked about. Hopefully not too much, but anybody want to add anything, or do we think we flogged this one? Oh, we have Mr. Earl. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Parkin. Just for clarity, administration will endeavor to add all parks to Appendix B, and so that the list is exhaustive.
Thank you. Any other council expectations? Councillor Day.
Thanks. I'm just having trouble because it says that the amended expectations section be included, but I haven't seen any amendments.
So what I'm of the understanding of is that the one about adding the further parks is a definite amendment, and that the discussion is certainly to be included in the thought process going forward. I don't think that stops us making any further council expectation amendments. And if you'd like to add anything, now's your chance.
Okay, I guess I will add that we endeavor to identify what percentage of the parks are accessible.
Okay. That's an amendment. I guess we should vote on that. Any in opposition to that? Okay, seeing none, that will be part of the main motion. Are you good there, Councillor Day?
Yep.
Mayor Martin? Did you want to speak to council expectations?
Yeah, so sorry, is this where we should be adding service level increases? So for example, Pitt House Park, or is that somewhere else?
So somewhere else, we have the, at the very bottom, maintained, increased, decreased. We have maintain, increase, decrease for parks, playgrounds, beautification, etc. We don't get into specifics on Pitt House Park. If you'd like to say something, I'm going to suggest now would be a time to put it in here.
Well, and I guess, you know, if that's the case, Chair, I don't think anyone here in this committee had prepared themselves to be commenting on all 56 parks. And if we're going to be commenting on all 56 parks, then I would suggest that this would need to come back so that we can say, yeah, we think service needs to increase on this park and service needs to decrease on that park. Because I did not think we would be micromanaging to the park level. That's my concern.
Mayor, if I could, if you're comfortable, I would think that that discussion should really come with the parks master plan. And that's where we're going to look at it and say, I suspect quite strongly the parks master plan will come back and tell us we have an incredible jewel at Pitt House Park and here's some things we could do with it. I think essentially we could say something to the effect of, we got some parks now, we want more and better, and we could say the level of service in the parks we have now is about right, not enough, too much. But yeah, let's not micromanage on every individual park.
Yeah, well, with respect, Chair, that's kind of not what I heard from our CAO.
Or myself, I'll admit. So we are going around in circles. You want to defend yourself here, Mr. Earl?
Thank you for the opportunity, Chair Parkinson. My intention is to have council provide high-level expectations. And that said, if during the conversation we discovered that the reason that you want increased expectations is specific to a particular park, that adds much value to the conversation.
So how do you want to take that, Rob?
I'm following your lead, Chair.
Okay. All right. Then you're done. Councillor Jansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under council expectations, I have an expectation that we keep detailed data on the work that's going on in our parks. I'm not sure how to phrase that, but it's not good enough to say we're waiting for this database or that database, because I've heard this for a few years. I'm fine with a paper and a pen and a spreadsheet at the end of the year. A trip sheet to each park each day for people, and we pulled blackberries for 4 hours. And in my mind, that takes about 1 minute of paperwork. And yes, it's going to lead to a paper-based system, but my expectation is that we achieve more specific data to help us have a better discussion. If this is duplicating something, then enlighten me. If this isn't happening, then I would expect that we add something.
Okay, I'll take that as an amendment. Any discussion on that amendment? Any in opposition to that amendment?
Point of order, my hand is up for discussion.
Sorry, I thought your hand was up to discuss the previous stuff, but all right, I'm lowering all hands and Mr. Baxter has the floor. If you want to speak after that, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to speak in opposition to what Dean just said. As I understand it from the CAO, Mr. Earl, we will be creating a computer-based system over the next 2 years to do exactly what Councillor Jansen's asking for. And I think it would be a waste of time to create a paper system, which would be more complex than the current paper system, to get what he wants. And then meantime, we're also developing a computer system. So I think we should be prepared to wait 2 years. I know we've already waited 2 years, but that's, changes in staff will do that to you. The thread gets lost. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to discuss the amendment to council expectations? Councillor Day.
Thanks. I just wish to concur with Councillor Baxter. I find it super frustrating because I've been working on this way longer than 2 years, but I do think that we have to be really intentional in what we ask our staff to do. So I'm not going to recommend a paper system that later has to be, you know, creating 40 more hours worth of work trying to turn that into something else. I really do want that accountability. I am completely on board with Councillor Jansen's request to get the data so that our decisions are data driven, but I am not willing to create a paper monster before we get it.
So if I could just chime in here, firstly, I would note that my notes on what Councillor Jansen was requesting, and of course, there may not be 100% accurate, with just more specific data on the work going on, which could be paper-based or could be computerized. In my life, I had to keep timesheets for everything forever, and I promised myself when I retired I would never ever do a time or expense sheet again. I hate them with a passion. I understand the angst we're causing everybody to fill out more detailed timesheets. On the other hand, the whole world does it. Once one gets over the grumblings, it can be done. And the big step is actually to keep accurate time records. Whether you enter it on a piece of paper or into a computer makes no difference. It may well be that this system that is developed works best if it's all paper system with just one person doing the data entry at the end of the week. I don't know. I'm going to vote in favor of the motion. I think more data is appropriate. I'll let others decide whether we jump to computer one or do a paper one first. Any other discussion on this amendment?
Chair, can we just seek some clarity from staff about my motion? I haven't heard from them whether we're duplicating something, whether there's an existing process that will satisfy this or satisfy us.
Mr. Earl, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Parker. Said administration will immediately endeavor to improve the existing systems that we have, and we will accelerate our process to move forward with an automated system of attribution of expense.
Thank you. Okay, then I'm looking for a motion that the amended council expectations section of the park service area be included in the draft 2021 service review, and the amendments besides our general discussions included. We endeavor to estimate the % of accessible access in our parks. I probably have wording not 100% correct, Cynthia, sorry. And that we keep more specific data on the work going on. Any in opposition to that motion?
Sorry, excuse me, Chair. We did not vote on Dean's motion. He moved the motion, but there was no voting on that amendment.
Missed the amendment. Thank you very much. All right. After much discussion, any in opposition to the amendment that Dean proposed? Seeing none, I'll declare that amendment passed. And now let's go to the motion, the main motion as amended. Any in opposition to that? Okay, racing right along here. Next, let's look at the amended 2021 priority section, the park service area be included in the draft 2021 service review. Can I get a motion to that effect? Councillor Logan, any discussion on this?
Point of order, Chair. Could you just explain what the motion was again?
Yes, we're talking about the 2021 priorities section of the park service area, and listed under the 2021 and going forward priorities is create an urban forest management plan and create an action program from the recent Parks and Recreation Master Plan.
Thank you.
Discussion from Councillor Jansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we just flogged this, but I take it another priority would be to achieve some kind of electronic data tracking system.
You just don't let go, do you?
Well, it might be organic because we've already discussed it, but.
So you'd like to include that under priorities as well?
Well, we might be duplicating if we can get feedback from staff on whether there's a need there or if it's going to happen organically.
Mr. Earl.
Thank you, Chair Parkinson. Listing it here as a priority is helpful.
And I will take that as an amendment from Mr. Councillor Jansen. Any discussion on Councillor Jansen's amendment? Seeing none, any opposition to Councillor Jansen's amendment? Seeing none, any discussion on the motion as a whole? Seeing none, any in opposition to the motion as a whole? Okay, declare that passed. Okay, now the work begins. Here we're looking at maintained, increased, and decreased. The first one we're going to say, let it be resolved that service to parks be maintained, increased, or decreased. Who wants to jump on that one? Councillor Baxter.
I move that it be increased with respect to Pitt House Park. So I'm moving the motion as you're looking for, with the specific wording increased and with respect to Pitt House Park.
I have that. Okay. Have motions on the floor. Any discussion of that motion? Come on, Gordy. You're can see the job at the bit here.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do agree actually with Councillor Baxter, but I think overall, holistically, there should be some increase in the parks, and I think, I'm not sure that we need to get as granular as Pitt House, because I'd also like to see Collier Creek and maybe Ocean View and that sort of thing, but just a general increase, and staff can report back to us in terms of what they heard from this discussion, and what an increase in service would look like, because I have no idea what an increase in service at Pitt House Park means to us versus what it means to staff.
Okay, I'm going to take that as discussion. I'm going to let the rest discuss. Before we vote on his motion, I'm going to give you a chance if you want to amend it. Councillor Logan, is that okay? And you're probably nodding or something beside the big white thing on my screen. Okay, Councillor Jansen.
Sorry, I might be left over there.
Okay, Councillor Day.
Thank you. I just want to ask the question, if we resolve that the service to parks be increased, does that mean that staff would increase every area? Because there is already an increase in the budget of about $1,000 this fiscal year in the forecast budget. So, and that's $100,000 more this year than it was last year. So I'm just wondering, I'm having difficulty with voting for an increase to an area that we don't really have any data on. And I am desirous of increasing services in parks. I think they're important, especially at this time, but I am feeling concerned. So perhaps staff could answer what happens if we vote to maintain it versus what happens if we vote to increase it.
Mr. Earl.
Thank you, Chair Parkinson. A vote to maintain would include the previously approved increase in budget that is intended to support additional parks, particularly in the Royal Bay area, that we're expecting to be turned over to us in 2020. They haven't been turned over to us quite yet, just for council's information. So a vote to maintain would include that budgetary increase to maintain those parks. A vote to increase that's on the table now, administration would return back at budget time with a more discrete description of how we currently maintain Pitt House Park, and with options relative to what an increase in service at Pitt House Park could look like. And then council would vote on that at budget, whether or not to move forward with that increase or not. Administration is of the belief that Councillor Logan's commentary was just commentary and is not council direction yet with respect to an overall increase.
Agreed. You good with that, Councillor Day?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, then I have Councillor Baxter. I believe you wish to speak again to this.
Yes, I would just like to inquire of Councillor Logan some idea of what he's looking for from this overall increase, because I would assume that brother to the now famous Coleman Park, or Coleman Part 1 and Coleman Part 3 and Coleman Part 4. And I do know these parks, and I'm assuming we don't want any increase in level of maintenance there, since one of them in particular is simply untended bush surrounded by a fence. So I think without some indication of what Councillor Logan is looking for, I think that's a bit of an impossible task to set staff.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I guess to Councillor Baxter's point, I guess that, and actually to an earlier point, I think Mayor Martin raised, is that we weren't expecting to debate or discuss the specific service levels for every single park. So it, you know, it kind of, we're probably not as prepared as we could be because we haven't taken the time to go and examine every single park that's within the city. But off the top of my head, I would say I would look for an increase in service also in Culver Creek Park. And I would dare to say Ocean View Park as well, in terms of lawn cutting and that sort of thing. So I mean, I'm happy to include those parks, but I'm looking for some direction too, some guidance from staff based on some of the comments that were raised during this discussion, and some ideas from them who work in the parks day in and day out, where if we made a small investment in that particular park, what impact it could have. I mean, I don't visit every park they do, and I'm sure that they have dreams and aspirations for specific parks that we should know about. So I think this is a two-way street from my perspective. So that's why I'm having trouble nailing specific parks down.
Well, understood. And again, I think we have to be clear that there's two separate issues. One is the service level of the existing parks. Do we think it's about right? Should be higher? Should be less? And then there may be specifics on individual parks, which quite frankly, I'm not sure is appropriate in this discussion. So anyway, I'm gonna let Councillor Jansen speak, and then I will tidy up this motion and move forward.
Okay, my concern is if we start labeling parks, does that mean all the people down at Latoria Creek are going to be offended that we didn't talk about their park? I think that this needs to be done in a generic fashion. If we generally believe that there should be an increase of service in our parks, and that we allow staff to parse that out how they see fit. And I am in favor of an increased focus in our parks. That's the way I see things, and I'd be disappointed if we start labeling individual parks, because then there's 55 other ones that we haven't spoken to. That's the end of my diatribe.
Thank you. I see Mr. Earl has his hand up again.
Thank you, Chair Parkinson. I'm confident that the staff team has rich perspective on how increased service at our various parks could benefit our community. Should council move forward with a motion with a general increased level of service that's overall and not just specific to Pit House at budget, staff would return again with some specific commentary on what that could look like and would provide options for council to consider various levels of increase.
Thank you. Okay, let's just to be clear, Michael, your motion was that the service to parks be maintained except increased at Pit House Park, or was it to increased everywhere, including Pit House Park?
The intent of my motion was the first option. And
That it be resolved that service to parks be maintained but increased at Pitt House Park. Okay, then that's the motion we have on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any in opposition? I have Councillor Jansen, Councillor Day, Councillor Logan, and myself in opposition. Motion fails. Somebody want to make a different motion? Councillor Day.
I would move that the service to parks be maintained.
Okay, I'm going to lower all hands. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, any in opposition to that motion? I have Councillor Logan and Councillor Jansen and Mayor Martin in opposition. That motion passes. Okay.
No, it doesn't.
No, doesn't it?
No, it's tied.
Why is that?
Because
Oh,
there's
you're
only-
right. I keep thinking 7. My apologies. Thank you.
But a
Okay.
tie vote is a fail.
Tie
Yeah.
vote is a fail. Okay, so I need another motion there somewhere, please. Councillor Jansen.
I would pitch that we increase our service to parks.
Any discussion? Councillor Day.
Thank you. I would support the parks maintenance being increased if there is a commitment to getting some data. I feel very uncomfortable about voting for an increase in parks when I don't have any data.
I think we can be confident that the data will not come before we have to deal with the budget this year. So, yeah, that's regrettable. But anyway, any other discussion on the motion? So the motion is that it be resolved that service to parks be increased. Any in opposition? Councillor Day. That motion passes. Okay. Next motion I'm looking for is that it be resolved that service to playgrounds be maintained, increased, or decreased. Can I get somebody to make a motion along those lines, please? Councillor Jansen.
I'm proposing that it be maintained.
Any discussion on that motion? Councillor Day?
Thank you. I just want to point out to everybody, we are talking about maintenance, which is different from providing more facilities. And we have had a number of requests to increase the number of playgrounds in Colwood. So I just bring that to your attention. I believe that I think we do a pretty good job of maintaining the playgrounds. I know that staff are very committed to that. And I just want to make sure that we understand that that doesn't mean that we shouldn't have more.
Correct. Okay, any other discussion on the motion? Okay, that it be resolved that service to playgrounds be maintained. Any in opposition to that motion?
I have a question to the chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I thought the motions we were working with are the ones in the agenda.
Well, it is, except when we look on this, and I'm trying to stick to the agenda, Mr. Baxter, I apologize. But when it says further, park service area level of service be maintained, increased, or decreased, within the report we got, it subdivided that into the 4 separate sections of parks, playgrounds, park beautification, and work in coordination with stewardship groups. So I didn't think we would get a global answer to all 4 things rolled into one. So I subdivided it.
Fair enough. Thank you.
You'll forgive me?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're back to on the motion that it be resolved that service to playgrounds be maintained. Any in opposition to that? Seeing none, declare that passed. Next, we're moving on to that it be resolved that park beautification plantings be maintained, increased, or decreased. Can I get a motion? Councillor Logan, fancy seeing you here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move that it be increased.
Okay, any discussion on that motion? Councillor Day.
Thank you. I just want to voice my concern that that's, even though attractive parks certainly do attract people to them, I think we're observing right now that that's not the number one reason why people are going there. And I really think that we are going to really have to keep an eye on the bottom line. So I won't be supporting a motion to increase the plantings at the park unless they are native plantings to support the wildlife.
Okay, I'm actually on the same page as Councillor Day. I think we're going to have a lot of priorities. Park beautification plantings wouldn't be a huge one for me, so I'll vote against this motion too. Any other discussion before I call the vote? Seeing none, those in opposition? I have Councillor Jansen.
I'm slow there.
All right, I have Councillor Jansen, Day, Baxter, and myself in opposition. Can I get another motion, please? Councillor Jansen.
Jeez, me again. I'll vote for maintaining that particular service.
Thank you. I'm going to clear all hands. Any discussion on that? Councillor Logan.
Thank you. I guess I'm going to have to support this, but I question why we don't think that we don't deserve parks that look good and feel good. Like, it just boggles my mind. I'm sorry, I'm frustrated, but I'm not talking just about plantings. I'm talking about trees. I'm talking about looking into the future instead of such a narrow focus of this year. I just find this frustrating because we aren't.
No, Gordy's frozen for me.
I'm sorry to rant, but anyways, I'll be supporting it.
Okay.
It's
Mayor Martin.
Thank you. I like Gordy's rants when I can't hear it. Gordy throws up there for about 30 seconds, so that's the best rant. However, I will concur with Councillor Logan. I think this is more than just about plantings. This is about our image as a city and how we present ourselves externally as well. And the fact that we're not looking at actually providing that. And the fact of the matter is, it is one of the major focuses of this community. This community prides itself that we are not Langford, that we believe in parks, that we have 56 parks, that this is our lifestyle as a community. So I share Councillor Logan's frustration, but I will vote in favor of this to maintain it.
Any other discussion? Councillor Baxter.
I just want to say that I would probably support Gordy's motion next year, but I just don't want to push forward on too many fronts at once.
Oh, hopefully that carrot appeases you, Gordy. Okay, I'm going to call the motion. Any in opposition to maintaining the level of park beautification plantings? In opposition, Councillor Jansen. That motion passes. Okay, next one, that it be resolved that work in coordination with stewardship groups be maintained, increased, or decreased. Councillor Day.
Thank you. I will move that it be maintained.
Thank you. Any discussion on that?
Yeah, my hand's up for discussion.
Okay. Discuss
I was struck by the fact that there's two groups named, and we don't want to just have those two groups. It would be nice if there were other groups that would help achieve the goals of the city by working with the city. Removal of invasives is one of those things that we just kind of keep it at bay a little bit in some parts, and there's a lot more work could be done. Therefore, I would support increase, but one has to recognize that unless the volunteers step forward, no increase would happen. So I'm not suggesting that we go out and bludgeon people into volunteering, just that we be open to an increase is really what it's saying. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, those in opposition?
So this is opposition to maintaining?
Correct. Have Councillor Baxter in opposition. That motion passes. Okay. Deep breath, everybody, and let's move to boulevards.
Can we take a 5-minute bio break?
Oh, please. I mean, yeah, that'd be great.
Maintain, yeah.
Okay, everybody, back in at 1:55. How are we looking here?
Hey, Stuart,
Hello.
it's Rob. I have a 2:00 that I have to be at. So I'm going to log off for about 20 minutes. So you're going to lose me until probably about 2:30. So I'll be gone from 2 to 2:30, just so you know. That'll also affect your voting.
Yes. Okay. I'll try to get it right.
No, I didn't mean it that way.
I think you're doing a great job, Stuart.
Yeah, right.
No, I echo that. It's a tough one.
You're still talking to me, Gordy?
I am. How can I not?
You changed my mind with your diatribe there.
Well, and if we want to put our money where our mouth is, the green team is actually going to be in Ocean View Park on Saturday, pulling invasive species. So I'm hoping that we can all be there.
I'm lobbying 2 generations of my family to come out there.
What time is that, Gordy?
There's 2 sessions. The first one's at
9:45 and 12.
9:45 and 12, yeah.
Okay. Okay. How are we looking there, Mr. Earl, at City Hall? Everybody ready and ready to go?
Stuart, sorry, just to interrupt, can I just ask Amanda one question? Amanda, I don't need my iPad for this phone call I have to do it to. Do you want me to stay logged in, or do you want me to log out and then log back in?
You can stay logged in. That's fine. And then when you appear, I will record that you've returned to the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Chair Parkinson, City Hall is ready.
Super. Okay, well, let's dive right into boulevards then. Who wants to lead this?
That will be Gord again.
Great. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Colwood staff maintain over 7 kilometers of developed islands and boulevards featuring sidewalks, garden beds, and manicured lawns supported by irrigation systems and equipped with ornamental lighting. Accompanying many of the cul-de-sacs throughout the city are garden beds, 58 in total, all varying configurations requiring regular pruning and weeding. While the city all maintains the boulevards, gardens mowing is performed by both city staff and residents, depending on the location, in accordance with the Traffic and Highways bylaw. Irrigation is a significant part of boulevard maintenance, especially given the complexity and size of the recent installations of Royal Bay. In addition to this infrastructure, Colwood has over 17 kilometers of undeveloped boulevards with grass and brush requiring seasonal mowing. Typically, these boulevards are part of Colwood's critical drainage network. Our council expectations that we had for boulevards, that a manicured appearance be maintained along Colwood boulevards. Please see Appendix A for a list of locations associated with maintenance tasks. That beautification through annual planting be implemented wherever possible. Currently, annual plantings are installed along Presentation Boulevard, such as Island Highway, Whale Road, with the remaining plants dispersed where possible. Please see Appendix B for annual planting location information. That boulevard amenities foster a sense of pride with residents. Successes with boulevards this year. The success beautified the city with summer and winter annual plantings. Completed landscape improvements at the Brooks School Island. Irrigation construction standards improved with developers. In an interdepartmental effort, staff capitalized on good relationships between developers and city employees to improve irrigation standards of construction, which will decrease water usage and improve plant health. Our challenges and opportunities, keeping pace with the growth of managed assets. Staff time is diluted at existing assets to serve growing needs of boulevards at Royal Bay. Increased complexity of maintenance of recent installations along Souk Road. Safety considerations make these traffic islands time-consuming and expensive to service. Response to community feedback can create disproportionate service to areas. Our 2020 priorities. Improve staff knowledge of Colwood irrigation. That's an ongoing priority for us. And the Brooks Island media improvement, which was achieved by both the Parks and Roads Department this year. 2021 and beyond priorities, create an urban forest management plan relating to boulevard trees, create a boulevard beautification plan in coordination with communication staff to showcase Colwood, re-examine service to complex arterial-centered garden beds and to devise methods to provide beauty while improving employee safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, once again, I'm going to make you guys go through an agonizing process where we'll start with the successes and challenges and opportunities section of the report, and I guess maybe just general discussions as well we'll throw in here. I have Councillor Day to start with.
Thank you. I just would like to hear from staff. One of the comments really resonated for me, which was the, community input resulting in kind of pulling staff away from other areas that they were going to be working on and then focusing on the more visible ones, because that push me, pull you has been going on for quite a while. And just wondering if staff are considering looking at slower growing or more less maintenance intensive plantings to help manage those situations from occurring in the future.
Yeah, we have looked at that, like using stuff like microclover, which is not as nice as grass, but slower growing and doesn't need as much maintenance. But it's really, when you look at, for let's say, the island beds that we were going to use down in Royal Bay that were going to be like a meadow. It's just not everybody's idea of what a boulevard or an island should look like. To let it grow up, 2 feet like a Gary Oak meadow, most people want to see it maintained. So we can definitely, there are ways that there are, like I say, microclover is a great example of being able to use a ground cover that doesn't need as much water, that we don't have to maintain as much. But when you use that type of plantings, it's definitely a lower standard of look or aesthetic value. And I believe, and my focus has been to use native species as much as possible, because the more native species you use, they're more accustomed to our climate and our environment, and they are definitely easier to look after and thrive in this climate zone.
Okay, so would you I'm just trying to figure out where the interface is with the community to get their input, so that when you make your choices, it's a choice that the community supports.
That's a tough one. I'm not sure where that community input is. Most of the dealings or the decisions that are made are normally through the development process in those areas, and then that goes through development review, and then parks and roads are included with those discussions. So community-wise, I'm not exactly sure where that input is, other than once it's done, then there's definitely community input.
Yeah, and I think that's what I'm looking to address, because I really think those are choices that we need to find a way to make with our community. And, I don't think it's just about whether they're native species or not. It might also be about how fast growing they are, or other options. So I guess I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Earl, did you want to jump in?
Thank you, Chair Parkinson. If that was a desire of council, adding to the 2021 priorities, the creation of community education and feedback loop with respect to boulevard planting options could be a tactic that we could use to both educate the community about the various different maintenance and watering needs of different boulevard plantings and seek their feedback on approaches that would meet their expectations.
Okay. Councillor Baxter. And you're mute, of course, Michael.
Of course. Sorry about that. On the point of native plantings in islands, in roads, I noticed that I think it's in View Royal, or possibly slightly over the border there on the way into town. There is a small island planted with sedum or stonecrop, which is native. I just like Mr. Beauvillier to comment on that and whether he could use that.
Yeah, I mean, we're always looking to plant native species, and wherever possible. The bed that you are is the one that's kind of in the intersection there of the entrance to the freeway and View Royal. Is that what you're talking about?
No, further along Craigflower Road.
Yeah. So I mean, those are like rain garden beds, is what you're talking about, that sort of thing?
No, it's a very small island. There might be two of them actually. And obviously, you know, being such a low growing thing, it doesn't really show up till it flowers. And then you see the whole island's just gone yellow. But I mean, it's very, very tight to the ground, the flowers.
It's along Gorge, next to the Gorgeville Golf Course. I know exactly what you're talking about, Michael.
Thank you, Gordy. Yes, yeah. That's it.
I'll make a point of actually having a look at that, and definitely we're always looking as a department to definitely use native and to use as showy and as low maintenance as possible.
Great, thanks. Turning to my question on the numbers. And this comes from one of the challenges, which is the first one, keeping pace with the growth of managed assets. In the item we just reviewed, because of the growth of managed assets, the budget for 2021 showed a significant increase in allocation. But even though you've cited obviously the same pressure, growth of managed assets, there is no significant increase in 2021 in this budget. And I'm assuming that would really help overcome that challenge.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Baxter, for your question. What you may have noticed looking at the Boulevard Service Plan, we don't currently have an explicit budget in its entirety for boulevards. So what we have is we have a beautification budget, we have landscaping budgets that pertain to both parks, boulevards, trails. Moving into the 2021 budget, what you will see is a boulevards operating budget, and you will see similarly an increase in the budget, which will in part be a reallocation from what is currently all shown under the park service plan.
Thank you for that. That's it. I'm done.
So I have a couple of questions. I wonder, Gord, if you could expand a little bit on the traffic islands issue. I mean, you mentioned it a couple of times about fixing up the one at Brooks so there wasn't too many safety concerns. I mean, in your opinion, are they just a bad idea to have landscape center islands? I see Langford's gone to artificial turf, but I don't.
My opinion, yes, yeah. It's a safety concern for sure. It's you never want to put a crew in the middle of a busy road. We can definitely mitigate, but with that mitigation comes time, and we're really good at making sure our crews are safe, and our crews are really good at making sure they set up the way to keep themselves safe. But in doing so, you know, we're spending more time than what's needed on the small areas of gardening. In regards to Brooks, we did not, we didn't really do that island, you know, to make it safer. We did that island because it was unfinished, and we were able to, as a department, finish off what was left there. And it was a good success for us because it was a great job and it looks wonderful. But still, it's another island where, you know, we have to use extreme safety measures to keep ourselves safe from traffic. Unfortunately, you know, I don't want to pin everybody as they're racing around, but there is definitely, traffic is a safety concern. It's man versus car does never work out for man.
Right. Yeah. No, duly noted. And I guess maybe as council, we should be careful about center boulevards. Fair enough. Now, the other thing I wanted to discuss a little bit, because funnily enough, while we were on the parks plan, I hadn't had much feedback from the community about parks, but boulevards, and especially during the campaign, a lot of flack on cul-de-sac islands, people thinking that, you know, they were just a mess and not getting looked after. And again, you know, why they couldn't go out and do it themselves, I don't know. But and also on the Ryder Heshdall rain gardens and the amount of work imposed there. Just how much of a challenge is it looking after those two items?
Okay, cul-de-sacs. There's a lot of history on that one. When I first got to Colwood, cul-de-sacs were not looked after by the city. There was a lot of, I'm not exactly sure, some kind of community programs where the community on the end of the street looked after their cul-de-sac, and a lot of people did that, and a lot of the cul-de-sacs looked wonderful. But then as people get older or people move on, it just stops happening, and it was never fostered as a community initiative. So what happened over time was residents started looking at, well, who's looking after these cul-de-sacs? And it hasn't been until the last few years that we've been trying our best. I mean, there's a lot of cul-de-sacs in the city, and, you know, the resources we have very limited. We do our very best to try and get to all the cul-de-sacs and try to work through them and make them so they're as less maintenance as possible. But then we're taking away something that was maintained all the time. We're not maintaining it, and we've made it look like it's not maintained by using, you know, general wood chips or trying to keep it as low maintenance as possible. So yeah, cul-de-sacs, it's definitely something that's new for us, is trying to maintain them all. And what was the other one was cul-de-sacs?
Ryder Heshdall Way and the
Ryder Heshdall. So Ryder Heshdall, what we have done there is, it has been a challenge because of the weed growth down there, and because essentially what you're looking at is a development that sits on top of a massive seed bed of invasives and weeds, thistle, blackberry, you name it, broom. So what we've tried to do is, along the front of the residence, is we do a more in-depth gardening, where we try to get rid of every weed and keep it more like a front garden. Whereas on the other side, along the school, we've kind of kept it as almost a bioswale rain garden, where we're getting rid of the invasives, but we're not trying to rid of every weed or grass. We're letting that green grow, maintaining the shrubs that are there. So what we've done with that is kind of given it a bioswale type of maintenance, has really helped us. A lot easier to do, a lot quicker to do, and we can spend more time on the other side, keeping that side more of a front garden look for the residents. But very challenging for sure.
So I guess as a council and as a city, we just really have to be careful about what kind of landscaping we request and accept and stuff like that. But on the other hand, it looks good when it's done. So
thank you.
Councillor Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Gord. I know Latoria Boulevard is a bit of a bone of contention for the crews, and I know some beds were converted to lawn, just to ease some of the maintenance issues. Can you see that happening in other places along Latoria Boulevard? to help your crew out?
I mean, yeah, I mean, turf is definitely easier for us to maintain than the beds, mainly because, like I had said before, Royal Bay is it's a different beast because of the amount of seeds and the amount of you still have one side undeveloped, so you have a lot of weed growth there, and you have seeds blowing through everywhere, as well as the seed bed where, most invasive plants, their seeds are viable in the ground for tens of years. And every time we go in and we disturb the soil, we're just encouraging more growth. You see that with thistle, you see that with blackberry and broom. So as much as I do like to see plantings, and I think it's a good part of the community to have plantings, I think smaller pockets of plantings and bigger areas of lawn would definitely help with maintenance.
Yeah, I'm with you, Gordon. I think a little bit of a capital outlay at the beginning to make that happen certainly would decrease your labor costs, certainly. So thank you for that. The other question I had was about when does the city address weeds in the concrete medians? In the cracks between the curb and the gutter and sidewalk and along the center medians, where you get grass. That would be growing in between.
Thank you. That would be, we try to get that as soon as we let them grow during the spring, and then we'll hit them just at the end of the spring and then we usually can get a very good, we have sprayed in the past. I'm trying to get away from spraying. We do have a hot water application that we need to use better, and we're going to try and use that more. But usually it's like twice a year, once in the spring, and then what's needed later on in the year.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, just about ready to go for motions, but if I could, just one question. You talk about the mowing is done by the city or by the residents, depending on the traffic and highways bylaw. How does that work? Who has to mow their boulevard and who doesn't?
That's a great question. And one I wish I could answer.
I will chime in. Rob Boyle, Manager of Public Works, and I will chime in a wee bit on that one. It has been a challenge to be consistent in how that approach has been applied over the years or over the different administrations. Large section, the city mows the boulevard areas that we own. So in front of City Hall, we mow that boulevard. And the bylaw says that every homeowner is supposed to be responsible for their boulevards. And we've come to a conclusion that is not palatable for council or the residents to see big long weeds in Stoop Road in certain areas, and we have adopted to do those ones. Clarity of that practice would be awesome to get from council as to if that's the direction they would like us to take. That would be good.
Okay. Well, let's put that under the 2021 priorities then. Determine who maintains boulevards. All right. Councillor Jansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lots of good meat on the bone here, but we have discussed cul-de-sacs in the past, and I would like to see us get back to a position where area residents are encouraged to care for their own space. And I bet that if we increase communications with the specific cul-de-sac residents and advise them that we're no longer going to remediate or care for certain boulevards, and that they be encouraged to connect together or get together and do a day of maintenance a year. And I think the quid pro quo be that perhaps the community provides the kind of plantings that we desire. So if you have a cul-de-sac and you get together with a group of residents and you have a specific landscaping day coming up that maybe Public Works provides the support dropping a dump truck a load of dirt or whatever materials they desire, and a few suitable plantings that are consistent with what we're trying to achieve. Thereby, we have supported their initiative. I think that something like this could certainly fit with an opportunity or a priority for 2021, Mr. Chair, but I'd love to hear some feedback on that.
Okay. I don't have any hands in the air.
I guess it's a great idea then.
Must be. How could it not be? Okay, seeing no more hands, then I'm going to suggest that we need a motion that the Finance and Governance Committee recommend to Council that the Boulevard Service Area be received and the amended successes and challenges opportunities sections be included in the draft 2021 service review. Councillor Baxter making that motion. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, any in opposition to that motion? Seeing none, that's passed. Next, we have that the amended council expectations section of the Boulevard Service Area be included in the draft 2021 service review. Who wants to make that motion? Councillor Baxter, any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, that's passed. Next, that the amended 2021 priority section of the Boulevard Service Area be included in the draft 2021 service review. And in there, the amendments that I have is community education and feedback loop, determine who maintains boulevards, and volunteer engagement for cul-de-sac maintenance. Councillor Baxter, are you making that motion?
Moved as amended.
Thank you. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, any in opposition to that motion? Okay. Now, again, the last paragraph in the agenda is subdivided into 4 sections here within the report, so I'm going to do it in the painful way. It seems to be my MO. That it be resolved that services to Boulevard Gardens be maintained, increased, or decreased. Councillor Day.
I'll move that it be maintained.
Okay, now I had some hands up. I don't know if they were to discuss, but I lowered them all. So if you want to discuss, stick up your hand. Councillor Baxter. Oops, you've gone. Councillor Logan.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would actually prefer that it be increased. The appearance of our boulevards and our beds are a direct reflection on us as a community and how we view ourselves. And frankly, I think we should support our crew by increasing that service. And again, when we invest in something like this, it pays off in spades. And I think we shouldn't sell ourselves short. Thank you.
So that's an amendment to the motion?
I'm happy to make that amendment, sure.
Okay, any discussion on the amendment?
Oh, point of order, Mr. Chair. There was already a motion on the floor and the amendment can't be contrary to it, so it can't be maintained and improved. It's one or the other.
All right, well, I'll defer to your much greater knowledge of council procedures than mine. So sorry, Gordy, I can't do that. So the motion on the floor is that the service to the Boulevard Gardens be maintained. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, any in opposition to that motion? Councillor Logan, Councillor Jansen, Councillor Baxter, and myself are in opposition. Lowering all hands. Somebody want to make a motion? Councillor Logan.
I move that it be increased, Mr. Chair.
Any discussion on that motion? Councillor Logan's hand is still up. I'll ignore him. Councillor Day.
Thank you. I just wanted to explain why. my concern with increasing this is that there are too many unknowns. It's kind of a blank check at this point in time to increase the maintenance of our boulevards without, we don't have any established groups. We haven't done any of the laying the groundwork for this. So my concern is not with increasing the maintenance, but of being prepared to take this step.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm going to point out, of course, to everybody that nothing is final from what we do here. This becomes part of a draft service review and we get to budget and stuff like that. So we will get additional kicks at this can, but it's the intent of council we're looking for. Any other discussion on this? So the motion is that it be resolved that service to Boulevard Gardens be increased. Any in opposition to that motion? Seeing none, that passes. Next, we have that it be resolved that service to Boulevard Lawns be maintained, increased, or decreased. Who wants to go on this one? Councillor Baxter.
Move maintained.
Move maintained. Okay, I've lowered all hands. Can I, if anybody wants to discuss, do you want to discuss, Councillor Jansen?
No, I'm good.
Okay, any other discussion at all? Okay, seeing none, move the motion. The motion is that it be resolved that service to Boulevard Lawns be maintained. All those in opposition?
Oh, point of order, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm reading the report and it says response to service requests, etc. It doesn't have, it's not all just about boulevards. So just clarifying, if I can.
So I'm on page 22 of 82. Are you on page 22 of 82?
No, I was on page 37.
Well, let's see what page 37 has to say here. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, that would be the.
Oh, you're okay. I see what happened to
Fair
me.
enough.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Honest mistake, easy to do. I don't think I had a vote on that, did I? So let's have, any in opposition, let's have a vote anyway. So Boulevard Lawns be maintained. I see none in opposition. So now let's move along. Let it be resolved that roadside mowing be maintained, increased, or decreased. Councillor Baxter. And then I'm
Move
lowering your hand.
maintained.
Move maintained. I've lowered all hands if you want to speak. Councillor Jansen? Did you want to speak? No?
No, I was trying to make a motion and I quickly lowered my hand.
You'll get a chance. Okay. Roadside mowing be maintained. Any discussion on that motion? Councillor Day.
Thank you. Now that I've caught up to where we are, I think roadside mowing is one of those areas that is actually important to increase. It's one that we've received quite a few calls about with concerns for fire hazards and other things. But more than that, the mowing of some of the boulevards like Veterans Memorial Parkway, between Carindale and Souk Road, for example, there is an awful lot of invasive species, and the more that they're mowed, the more those invasive species will be controlled. So that's my reasoning for suggesting that we actually should be increasing that.
Which of course I couldn't let you amend this motion, so we'll deal with this motion as it is. If it fails, you get your chance. Any further discussion on roadside mowing? I'm sort of betwixt and between on this one. I suspect that leave it in the hands of the staff to optimize where they do it, and with about the same amount. There may be some places that need a bit more often. Anyway, we have the motion that it be resolved that roadside mowing be maintained. Any in opposition to that motion? Councillor Day. Motion passes. And finally, in this section, that it be resolved that beautification services be maintained, increased, or decreased. I almost feel guilty having this while Gordy's not with us, but
Can we seek some clarity on what this is? We haven't really discussed what this specifically is. Maybe someone can define it for us.
Can I get Mr. Earl or Mr. Bouvier? Gord, I forget, I can't say his last name.
Definitely. Thank you. Yeah, so that would include all of our annual plantings and the seasonal baskets that we put up, which we are now, so the baskets used to be just here at City Hall, and now we're actually using the ornamental lighting along Whale Road and Machosen. So this would increase ornamental baskets as well as increase the area in which we do our summer and winter annual plantings.
Thank you.
Councillor Baxter.
Move increased.
So we have a motion that be it resolved that beautification services be increased. Any discussion on that motion? Any in opposition to that motion? Oops, Councillor Day is in opposition. I believe that's correct, isn't it? You weren't trying to discuss? Okay.
That's correct.
All right, that motion passes. Oh, one more. That it be resolved that Boulevard Urban Forestry Services be maintained, increased, or decreased.
Again, can we hear exactly what I'm voting on?
Good idea. Gord?
Yeah, so that would be with tree services along Boulevard. So it would be Boulevard tree maintenance, replacement, and I don't know if Rob Boyle can add to that.
Yeah. Rob Boyle, Manager of Public Works again. This would be an item if you were looking to say you were going to increase the services. It would be to instigate a annual pruning of the boulevard trees as they mature. Right now, we've had the luxury of the trees being fairly small. Now they're getting bigger. The branches are becoming a nuisance to vehicles and pedestrians on the sidewalks. It's all great, but it's a increase in service to keep them pruned so that they don't become a hazard.
Okay, I think I might have lowered somebody's hand, so if you had your hand up, stick it up again. Councillor Day.
Thank you. I will move that the services be maintained, and I'm not saying that they shouldn't at some point in time be increased. There are a number of areas, developments that took place 15 years ago. Some of their plantings are getting larger and starting to push out into the sidewalk space for sure. But we do this. I have noticed that there has been maintenance going on. And there's going to be a lot of demands to improve things. So I think that at this point in time, we should maintain our services. And, there's only so many things you can do in a single year. And this will not be our only kick at the cat. So I really think that those should be maintained for now and consider an increase once we have some better understanding of what works, what doesn't work, and how we could do it differently.
Thank you. I see Mr. Earl has his hand up.
Hi, it's Gord. Thank you, Chair. So just a clarification on, what we do Boulevard tree maintenance right now is what we can do is, as Councillor Day has mentioned, is keep the tree limbs off the sidewalks and maintain the health of the trees. But as our urban forest and definitely our boulevard urban forest ages, it's beyond our capacity to do these trees. They need a heightened maintenance level, which includes at this point contracted services for us, which is tree companies coming in and some of these trees are 10 to 20 years old established boulevard trees that really need to be maintained at a higher level than what we are capable at this point to do right now. And it is definitely a heightened cost to us.
Clarity for some of the operations involved as well. Just council may or may not be aware of the structural integrity of these boulevard trees is what Gord is also mentioning. I think he knows that, but you may not. I didn't know that until a little while ago either. So if you do not prune a mature boulevard tree as it grows, then it has a likelihood of breaking or not being a tree anymore. So that would be one of the things that you get to avoid with some proactive or some preemptive maintenance with these trees. That's what we were looking at. Thank you.
Okay. That it, Councillor Day?
Sorry, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Baxter?
I think we're discussing a motion to maintain, and I'm going to vote against that because I'd like to see it increased. I think trees are probably the biggest potential safety hazard we're dealing with here. And they also, they're not something you can leave because you can't get to it because you don't have enough man hours. I think there's something you need to tend to every single year. And as staff were pointing out, as they age, they become a bigger job. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? So the motion on the floor is that it be resolved that Boulevard Urban Forestry Services be maintained. Any in opposition? I have Councillor Jansen, Councillor Baxter, Councillor Logan, and myself in opposition. So that motion fails. Somebody want to make another motion? Councillor Jansen.
Increase. Thank you.
Okay, all hands are lowered. Any discussion? Councillor Day.
Thank you. I just want to make the point that this is work that is completely contracted out. So when we're spending more money on this, this is not staff time. This is contractor time.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, those in opposition to the motion? Councillor Day is in opposition. That motion passes. Okay. Next area, trails. Who wants to introduce that one?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I just have to take a break to apply medication to my eye.
Okay. We'll be here when you get back. Who wants to introduce the trails area?
It will be Gord again.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Colwood staff maintain 42 trails, providing over 10 kilometers of developed walkways throughout the city. These nature parks and neighborhood access features many gravel paths as well as concrete and asphalt walkways. Stairs and bridges are a significant part of the trail network with 400 plus meters of stairs, both wooden and concrete, and 7 pedestrian bridges. The stewardship of the trees and natural areas lining these footpaths is a primary concern for city employees. Tree safety and cleanup of windstorm debris are important as trail surface maintenance and in the service of these areas. Natural parks with trail amenities vary significantly in size from large destination parks such as Havenwood or Latoria Creek to local walkways like Afriston and Matilda Parks. Council expectations that we have put forward that a high standard of safety be upheld in Colwood trails. Trails are inspected every 6 weeks with additional maintenance after heavy winds and significant rainfall. That removal of invasive species be prioritized in natural areas. Currently, hazardous weeds such as poison hemlock and critically invasive plants such as giant hogweed are actively removed by staff. The continuous improvement of accessibility by implemented to increase all residents' enjoyment of parks, including connectivity between trails and other Colwood infrastructure and attractions. That public stewardship and engagement be encouraged throughout the city. Staff work with Green Team Canada and the Friends of Havenwood Park to remove invasive plants such as holly, ivy, Scotch broom, and Himalayan blackberry. That urban forests are seen as an asset and managed accordingly. Successes. Managed the health and safety of thousands of trees in natural Colwood parks. Implemented the Latoria Creek Stair Replacement Program, which is ongoing right now and almost done. Worked with stewardship groups to facilitate invasive species management through community involvement. Challenges and opportunities. Providing drainage for the significant quantities of water that channel along trails. Maintenance works are primarily reactive, often at the expense of scheduled work. 2020 priorities, the revitalization of Victoria Creek stair infrastructure, and that is ongoing. 2021 priorities and onward, create an invasive species management plan, and create and develop an urban forestry management plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Gord. Discussion. Councillor Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Gord, just a couple of questions under challenges and opportunities. Maintenance works are primarily reactive, often at the expense of scheduled work. And I know this is a bit of a reoccurring kind of theme with parks and trails and stuff. Do you have any, have you given much thought, or do you have any ideas on how we can overcome that challenge? Is it a resourcing thing, or is it a process thing?
I mean, I think so. I think being able to service these trails more than what we are. I think inspection and trail maintenance should be done more than what we are doing right now, as well as the infrastructure on the trails, the stairs, the bridges. They're all aging, and we just don't have this year, we did a really good job of going through it. If you want to look at some of the stairs that we have done, other than the big stair program that we're doing, we have done some repair and replacement of a lot of the stairs, and we're going to continue to do that. But it is a patchwork schedule that we're doing. We'd like to get them all done. We'd like to do, we had a focus to get a certain amount done this year, and we're going to continue to do that every year. But we just don't have the time and resources right now to deal with all of the aging infrastructure that's happening in the trails right now, as well as just regular trail maintenance.
Yeah, thanks, Gord. It all seems to be coming at once. And
absolutely.
I wonder, do you think that we have the necessary expertise within the department, or is this something that perhaps we should be training up some of our existing crew to be able to handle some of the needs on our trails and parks and stuff?
Training up is really important, and I believe we're doing a better job at that, and we're going to continue to do that. But as for our skill set and our right now in our crews, as you can see with the work that we do on the trails, is especially the great work that was done by the crews this year on redoing and repairing the stairs that we were able to get to. You can see by that we definitely have a great skill set here at City of Colwood to deal with that. It's
yeah,
just
I echo that. Totally echo that, Gord. My final question, just regarding Painter Trail, and just wondering, there's a number of fruit trees and that are planted along the trail, and this kind of leads to Councillor Baxter's question about Pitthouse Park. Do those trees get pruned, maintained to promote production, or are they just left to fed?
Well, they're still pretty young, and there's not a lot that you need to do to them at this point. Our main goal right now would be to protect them from the wildlife, which is the biggest challenge right now, to get them to a point where we can continue. Those trees, if we can get them to mature, they'll definitely produce. And at that point, when they start to produce, we can decide whether we're going to prune for fruit, or we're going to prune like a basic tree where we're not going to encourage fruit growth, because you can do both. Mm-hmm. But at this point right now, they're still pretty young. Painter Trail went through a bit of a change there. We definitely want to encourage the growth of the fruit trees that were there, but a lot of the smaller plantings definitely got taken over, and it's a bit of a different look than what we at first envisioned, but it still has that food forest aspect to it.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Day.
Thank you. I am really hoping that we can bring some of that number goal thinking to our accessibility. And I know that the city has embraced accessibility, which I think is pretty marvelous in a world where generally we see that as an obstacle. But I'm very proud of Colwood for taking it quite seriously and wanting to improve as much as we have. But we don't yet, at least I don't see it in our documentation, goals in terms of the number or percentage of trails, however you want to describe it, that are accessible. And I'm just a little concerned because I have seen a number of areas that we've been working on where the materials that have been used are not conducive to people with disabilities being able to use the infrastructure well. So, you know, like 3/4 gravel doesn't work, whereas crushed fines do because they can compact hard enough. So I'm just wondering what you think is necessary in order for us to get to the point where we can clearly identify that goal and measure our progress.
We definitely, for us, I think moving forward, all the trails that we are involved with creating all meet the accessible as far as incline and making them accessible for everybody, not using stairs, but using switchbacks and keeping the trails accessible. We do use 3/4, but it's usually as a base, and then we top with screenings. And I'm not sure that there is any that are just 3/4. I could be wrong, but I'm not sure on that. So I think moving forward, you know, as a department, we're just going to continue to make sure that walkways and trails are as accessible for everyone. Obviously, you know, landscape and areas where we can't get accessibility is beyond our control. But where we can, we will definitely implement accessible trailways.
Great. So just when you're identifying them, I think it would really help if we saw some goals come through there. And I know that the Disabilities Committee would be happy to make some recommendations of areas where it is the, pardon the pun, since we were just talking about the fruit trees, but the low-hanging fruit to be able to get that accessibility increased, because there is, I think, a lot of small improvements and awarenesses that we could bring to that. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mayor Martin.
Thank you. Just speaking in broad general terms, could I just get an answer? If we're building a trail and we're building a hard surface versus a gravel, fine gravel surface, is one easier to maintain than the other?
As far as like between asphalt and gravel?
Correct.
Is that what you're saying? Asphalt, concrete, and gravel? I would think that asphalt and concrete are easier to maintain on an ongoing maintenance, whereas, you know, they're probably a bit more expensive to create. And then when they do need to be repaired, the repair is probably going to be more expensive. But on an ongoing maintenance, you're looking at less costs. And I believe Bob's here with me as well, and he does a lot of the hard surface stuff, and he can probably answer you as well.
Hi there, Mayor Martin, and good afternoon. It's Bob here. I'm the foreman for Roads and Utilities. Just to touch on a little bit of a hard surface trail is yes, it's nice once it's installed. The maintenance may be a little bit less, but there's different maintenance that's involved when it comes to snow and ice. Water runoff is going to be more prominent than it would be if it was a granular trail. So as long as the building of it is all those things are considered in a hard surface trail compared to a trail that will absorb water, that will absorb some organics that fall from the trees and stuff. So the frequency to maintain a hard surface trail might increase compared to a soft surface trail.
And Rob Boyle, again, manager, would like to chime in on this in saying that it would also be the level of service that was, or accessibility of the trail or pathway. I.e., do you want to keep it clear to snow and ice at all times? Or, like I said, for Havenwood Trail, it's left in a natural state. We've never gone in and plowed the sidewalk, that walkway. So those things would all come in. So your question's not as simple as you made out to be. That's all I can say.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. If I could chime in here, I noticed in the previous sections talking about irrigation, you touted some success working with within the interdepartmental and with the developers to get sort of more efficient and better irrigation systems. So I wonder if you get the same input into trail standards. You know, I think the city's looking at having a lot of trails constructed in the next number of years, mostly by developers. And, you know, you can spread some gravel on the ground and call it a trail, or you can put a little more time and effort into it and avoid some of the issues. So do you get involved at that level with the approvals and the standards for trails that are being constructed by developers?
Yes, we do. And yes, they are changing it. It's like any technology, like you say, with irrigation. When new technology comes along to help with drainage and that sort, we're always involved in that. And I think Rob Boyle has some input on that as well.
Like anything else, we learned from our mistakes in the past. And currently right now, most of our trails were built, 10 plus years ago. And we've learned a lot. And we have now, Public Works does have a lot more input onto what is proposed and being accepted from the city. So yes, we are working forward to changing that.
Great, thank you. Okay, I don't see anybody, so we can get along with our painful motions here. So first, I'm looking for a motion that the Finance and Governance Committee recommend to Council that the Trails Service Area be received and the amended successes and challenges / opportunities sections be included in the draft 2021 service review. Somebody want to move that? Don't fight over it. Councillor Logan. Thank you. Any discussion? Any in opposition? Okay, we'll put that in the done pile. And that the amended council expectations section of the trail service area be included in the draft 2021 service review. See, now Rob just gets to say one person does all three motions, but I don't get to do that. Councillor Baxter, any discussion? I lowered hands, so if you were going to discuss, please raise your hand again. Councillor Day.
Thank you. We're talking about the council expectations, correct?
Correct.
Can we please add that the percentage of accessible trails be identified?
Absolutely. I'll take that as an amendment to the motion. Any discussion on that amendment? Any opposition? Okay, can I then the motion as amended? Any discussion? Any opposition? That one passes too. Next, we're on to the amended 2021 priority section of the trail service area be included in the draft 2021 service review. Who wants to move that? Councillor Baxter. Any discussion? Mr. Earl.
Thank you, Chair Parkinson. Administration has captured as a 2021 priority create targets for increases in accessibility.
Thank you so much. Okay, seeing no further discussion, any in opposition to that? That motion is passed. Now we'll break it down into the 4 sub-motions. That it be resolved the trail service area be maintained, increased, or decreased. Councillor Day.
I'll move that the trail services be increased.
Okay. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, any in opposition? Seeing none, that passes. The next, that it be resolved that service to urban forestry be maintained, increased, or decreased. Councillor Baxter.
You're muted.
I move it increased.
Okay. Any discussion on that? Councillor Day.
Just wondering, I thought that we had already talked about this under the previous item. So I'm just wondering if it's different and I don't understand it.
Oh, no chance of that, Cynthia. Come on.
By previous, you mean boulevards?
Yes.
So this would be,
Okay. All right.
So,
'cause,
so I
talked
think we
about-
just, yeah, I think we decided to increase the urban forestry system on trees in the boulevards. Now the question is, do we do it with trees in the parks? I think,
Okay, thank you.
or along the trails anyway. And the motion is to increase it. Any other discussion? Seeing none, any in opposition? Seeing none, that passes. Next, that it be resolved that service regarding invasive plant removal be maintained, increased, or decreased. Councillor Baxter,
Move increased.
any discussion on that? Any opposition to that motion? Passed. That it be resolved that work with stewardship groups be maintained, increased, or decreased. Councillor Day.
Thank you. I'm going to move that work with stewardship groups be maintained because I'm not aware of any new groups coming forward to ask for service. So in the absence of a request for more, of course, I think that if a new group came forward, staff would make every effort to work with them and we would look at this again next year.
More frequency.
Yeah,
yes. But could we do it again?
Okay, who's discussing there? Somebody's got to turn a mic off.
Sorry.
Okay. So we're looking at maintaining the work with stewardship groups. Any discussion on that? Any in opposition to that? That passes as well. Okay. Next section is Public Works. Who wants to lead the parade on that one?
Thank you, Chair. This is John Russell here. I'd like to talk about the Public Works surface area.
Welcome,
So Public
John.
Works staff, oh, sorry. Thank you. Public Works staff oversee an array of services and programs in their department, which include ongoing yearly programs, maintenance, support, and community upkeep. The programs that are directly related to Public Works that are very important to the community are our branch drop-off, spring cleanup, and snow and ice removal. The additional community functions that our team provides are Eats and Beats, beach food, weekends, and our holiday light up, which consists of many hours of preparation and assistance. Public Works also provides maintenance to City Hall, Public Works buildings, offices, yard, and storage bay, St. John the Baptist Church, Emery Hall, the Machosen gravel stockpile, Lookout Brook Dam, and 2 pump station buildings as well, that being Ocean and Machosen. The maintenance of small equipment, vehicles, street signs, light poles are also done through the Public Works team. The staff also provide litter and garbage collection throughout the city and boulevard and garbage receptacles, and are also responsible for managing and adhering to the National Safety Code for commercial vehicles. Along with the above, the Public Works team has received 774 requests for actions this year so far that have been received from our community. In terms of our understanded pre-populated council expectations, we have number 1, that city programs such as branch drop-off and spring cleanup be relevant to public demand. Currently, branch drop-off is offered twice per month and spring cleanup is held once per year. though not in 2020 due to COVID. Number 2, that customer service, education, and consistent messaging to residents continue to drive the response to service requests. Calls for service are prioritized over scheduled work when the issue represents a potential safety hazard. And number 3, that Public Works continue to develop interdepartmental partnerships to improve staff coordination of services and improve knowledge of Colwood infrastructure. Currently, staff provide priority assistance to other departments with events, maintenance tasks, and work orders. For successes in 2020, we have increased branch day service during the COVID-19 pandemic, where we moved to weekly service during the summer months to help offset some of the demand in light of physical distancing. The provision of a safe outdoor recreation space at the Colwood waterfront was also key for our successes. Colwood staff utilized the COVID closure to facilitate roadworks, shouldering, in addition to increased garbage collection and washroom cleaning to make this place safe and accessible. For challenges and opportunities, COVID-19 and the effects on service delivery has been huge. Altering daily tasks for physical distancing, increasing service for cleaning at a cost to scheduled maintenance, and obtaining the necessary PPE to keep working have been struggles that we've faced. Responding to calls for service at a cost to maintenance work. Currently, staff prioritize requests for service, creating a delicate balance between maintenance needs and customer service. And also optimizing the fleet for service delivery has been a challenge. As far as 2020 priorities, we hope to implement the fleet management policy, which was recently ratified, and move that into action. And successfully initiate service expectation dialogues and execute a pavement and shoulder improvements at the Colwood waterfront, which is achieved. For 2021 priorities, we hope to continue our policy program to include public works services such as sidewalks, snow and ice, storm and sanitary sewer maintenance. We want to map out the future of the public works yard and facilities to create improvements and efficiencies. We also want to increase the diversity of our training for individual and organizational success and implement the education goals identified in the My Plan program for employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Discussion? All right. Nobody wants to discuss? I don't have any hands up, I don't think. Well, I'm going to ask then, while we chew on this, 774 requests for actions. Can you give me some idea what the heck that's all about? Is that just residents calling in asking for this or that or the next thing?
Yeah, and thank you, Chair. That is a huge range of requests that we get. It can be as simple as an obstruction in the roadway, like a dead animal, or it could be abandoned garbage at the side of the road. A part of this also, though, is residents calling for increased maintenance. They feel that we need to get to maintain an item. This is interdisciplinary across parks and roads before necessarily it's scheduled. And so part of that is feedback on that front, but a large part of it is those emergency kind of on-demand works.
Thank you. Council, any other discussion? You guys wouldn't be running out of steam on me, would you? Okay. All right. Well then, Public Works Service Review. Recommendation that the Finance and Government Committee recommend to Council that the Public Works Service area be received and the amended successes, challenges, opportunities sections be included in the draft 2021 Service Review. Councillor Logan. Councillor Logan, are you making that motion or? Come on, unmute, buddy.
I am.
Thank you. Okay, moved by Councillor. Any discussion? I have Councillor Jansen.
I'm sorry, what was the motion before us here?
Successes and challenges and opportunities sections be included in the draft 2021 Service Review.
Thank you. I see an opportunity before us here that, and I know we're going to get to it as far as service level discussion, but I think that the weekly branch drop-offs were a huge success, and I think that's something that we should continue throughout the year, or at least a
portion of the year, whether it be the spring and the fall, or spring, fall, summer, and we back off in the winter or what have you. And I think there's an opportunity for us to explore that 2021. I'd like to add that as a potential opportunity.
Okay, I guess that's an amendment to the motion. Enhanced branch drop-off facilities. So I'm going to lower all hands. Is there any discussion on that amendment? Seeing none, any opposition? Oops, maybe there is some. Councillor Day, did you wish to discuss the amendment?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I think that's a great idea. I really do think that people really value the service that's offered by Public Works for the branch drop-off, and that it makes a big impact to both our air quality and to our ability to drive down the road without finding piles of stuff dumped in the woods. So I think that's a great idea.
Thank you for that. Councillor Baxter.
I'd just like to ask staff if they feel there's a need out there for that level of branch service.
So I think the motion was for enhanced branch services. So staff can decide what enhanced means.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, staff, go ahead, chime in here.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. This has been something that we've heard vocally from the public on. They are very much in favor of increased branch drop-off service, and they even propose in their own ways, not necessarily weekly, year-round, but at least some increase to account for the growing season and the fall. So any number of options would be on the table to make that better for the public, but this is definitely something that staff views as essential, and we hear from the public that it's something they would like as well.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so seeing no hands, let's have a motion. Let's have a vote on the amendment to include enhanced branch drop-off. Any in opposition? Okay, that passes. Any discussion on the motion as amended? Any in opposition? That passes. That takes us, I believe, to that the amended 2021 priority sections of Public Works Service Review be included in the draft 2021 Service Review. Who wants to make that motion? Councillor Baxter, thank you. Making the motion. Any discussion? Mayor Martin.
Can I just confirm, we have not done council expectations yet, have we?
We have not.
I think perhaps we missed that one. I apologize. Will you allow me to finish the priorities and then go back to the expectation? Sure. Okay. On the priorities, any discussion? Any in opposition? That passes. Okay, and the amended council expectations section of the Public Works Service Area be included in the draft 2021 Service Review. Who wants to make that motion? Mayor Martin.
Yeah, Chair, I'd like to make that, but I'd like to add a motion, if I can, please. So I'd like to move council expectations, but add a 4 that states that Public Works will ensure that all users of the branch drop-off are Colwood residents. Because presently we are not doing that. And I know that's a fact.
Okay, so there's the motion on the floor. Any discussion on that motion? Councillor Logan.
No, I echo that. I actually have one amendment too after this one is dealt with. Thank you.
That wasn't an amendment. That was the original motion, just included a 4th one. So if you want to amend, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would include that number 5, that remediation of graffiti would be a priority.
Okay, any discussion on that amendment from Councillor Logan? Any opposition to that amendment from Councillor Logan? The amendment passes. The main motion, any discussion on the main motion, including number 4, that Public Works make sure everybody's from Colwood, and number 5, that graffiti removal be prioritized. Seeing no discussion, any in opposition? Done. That takes us down to the teeny tiny little motions on page 37. That'll be resolved that response to services requests be maintained, increased, or decreased. Councillor Baxter.
Move maintained.
Any discussion on that? I gotta say that I find myself a little out of the loop on this one. We did get an explanation of what they all were. Do I think they should be responded to quicker or slower or whatever? I can't say, so I'll support the motion, but it's in staff's hands. I have no reason to think they're not doing an excellent job. In fact, I got a lot of reasons to think they are doing an excellent job. So any other discussion on that motion? Okay, that'll be resolved that response to service requests be maintained. Any in opposition? Okay, seeing none, that passes. Next, that'll be resolved the branch drop-off service be maintained, increased, or decreased. Councillor Jansen.
I will root for increase as discussed.
Thank you. I lowered all hands, so if there's anybody who wants to discuss, please stick up your hand again. Seeing none, any in opposition? Seeing none, that passes. That it be resolved the spring cleanup service be maintained, increased, or decreased. Councillor Day.
Thank you. I just need clarification from staff because we didn't have spring cleanup this year because of COVID. If we vote to maintain that service, does that mean we don't have any?
Okay, I'm going to assume no, but let's get staff in if you like.
The staff would presume maintain means that we continue to have the service, and the staff team will try to determine if we can offer it in 2021 if COVID remains in the community.
I think that meets the intention here. Everybody happy?
So my motion would be that it's maintained, and my reasoning is that although it isn't something that everybody needs, when we don't have that option, if people don't have a way to get their things up to the Heartland dump, then we do find them on the side of the road. So I do think that it benefits our community to have this, even if not everyone participates.
Thank you, Councillor Day. Councillor Jansen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to take a different view on that we made it through this season without one. And I would suggest in this day and age, everybody knows how to get rid of their stuff. And there's a myriad of pickup companies, private companies where you can drop them off, or getting it on your own out to Heartland. So I think this is an area we could maybe trim a little bit, and that'll be how I vote.
Okay. Councillor Logan?
Yeah, I'm kind of along those same lines. I haven't had a lot of people banging on my door complaining, and really it's supposed to be a user pay type of system, but it ends up costing us. And with the advent of some recycling, people are dropping off the money items elsewhere, the metals and whatnot. So and we have the transfer station out here, so you don't have to haul stuff out to Heartland. You just take it to Dunford, which I did today, and it's just more convenient. So I'm not sure that it's as relevant as it has been in the past. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other discussion, I will call a vote on the motion that it be resolved that spring cleanup service be maintained. Those in opposition? I have Councillor Jansen and Councillor Logan in opposition. That motion passes. Next, that it be resolved that garbage and litter collection services be maintained, increased, or decreased. Oops, sorry, I just lowered all hands. Councillor Jansen.
I'm going to root that
that we look at maintaining this. It is something near and dear to my heart, as I've said in the past, but I think that there's a lot of good work being done in this area already.
Okay, for discussion, Councillor Baxter. Still mute, Councillor Baxter.
Sorry, that my hand was up to do the same as Councillor Jansen.
Apologies. Okay, I have, no, that's still Councillor Baxter. Any discussion? Seeing none, any in opposition? Seeing none, that passes. Next, let it be resolved that service to city buildings and land be maintained, increased, or decreased. Councillor Day.
Thank you. I move that service to city buildings and land be maintained.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Can we just get some clarity on the specifics here, please, on what I'm voting for?
Thank you, Councillor.
Go ahead, Mr. Russell.
With regard to the maintenance of city buildings, currently staff is reactive in terms of maintenance. And so an increase here would be for us to be more proactive at prolonging the longevity of these assets.
Specifically, what structures? I take it this is City Hall, Public Works / the church.
Yeah, we would have Emery Hall, St. John's Church, Public Works, City Hall, and those would be the primary focus.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, I have a motion that it be resolved that the service to city buildings and land be maintained. Any in opposition? Seeing none, that passes. Next, we're on to service area roads. Who wants to lead off that?
Hi there, Chair Parkinson. I am Bob. I'm the roads foreman. I can take care of the overview here.
Thank you, Bob.
Colwood staff manage over 120 lane kilometers of paved roadways through regular inspection and maintenance. Approximately 26% of paved surface area is arterial, 35% is collector, and 39% is local. Each year, paving of roadways is undertaken throughout the city to repair pavement failures and rectify seasonal pothole issues. Road shouldering is performed along arterial, collector, and local roads as needed for safety and functionality. Where sidewalks are in place, inspection and maintenance of this infrastructure is also performed. Large-scale paving is managed through Public Works, as well as long line painting and street sweeping, including storm debris cleanup. As of 2020, road marking of crosswalks, intersections, directional arrows, and stop bars is performed by Colwood staff, and the city plans to reintroduce crack seal and cat-eye maintenance in 2021. The acquisition of new equipment funded in the 2019 budget. In addition, Colwood employees are responsible for the road repair of third-party utility installations and the construction of water controls and extruded curbs. While snow and ice removal affects all services areas of Public Works, road clearing often represents the majority of work during a winter event. Streets are cleared in a priority sequence that focuses on arterials, bus routes, school zones, and collectors first, with all other roads visited in a timely manner as permitted by the severity of the weather. For the council expectations that have been put in, the roadways, cycling lanes, and sidewalks be maintained, including snow removal, to ensure safety, accessibility, and functionality for all residents. Pavement maintenance is primarily reactive, focusing on areas of failure at this point. The road maintenance encourages use by alternate modes of transportation. Currently, the portion of the roadway utilized by vehicles receives an equal level of service to that which is used by bicycles. The pothole issue received a prompt and effective response. That prudent repair and management of roads foster a sense of pride for residents and maximize the useful life of the roadway infrastructure. the snow and ice work be preventative and proactive, and that paving and asphalt maintenance move from reactive to proactive. Successes for the Roads and Utilities Department is the planning and coordination around 82 BC1 calls, which is a process we have to do before we can do a lot of groundworks. Implementation of an in-house Colwood line marking program in 2020, which is the first time Colwood has ever taken this on as a practice. Grading of shoulders for safety, initiated multi-year pavement remediation program of arterial roads as identified in the recent pavement assessment, successful snow response in January 2020, planning and coordinating work around citizens' requests. The challenges that we've had, keeping pace with maintenance demands of current assets, playing catch up, again, being reactive, not proactive, responding to resident concern and a priority for staff, and performing the scope of work with a lean interdisciplinary crew. The 2020 priorities were perform scheduled line marking of Colwood roads, which we achieved. Implementing pavement remediation program, we achieved a good step up in our paving year this year, and continue cross-training our staff for operational flexibility. The priorities for 2021, implement improved crack seal program with a new hot tar sealant trailer, and continue asphalt remediation program. Expand the line marking and cat-eye program, which are the reflectors in the roads. Formalize operational sidewalk policy, and creation of a snow and ice policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Discussion. Councillor Day.
Thank you. Recently at the IACTI meeting, a location was brought to our attention that you've been working on doing some improvements on, and I'm not sure because I don't quite understand how the relationship works between, the people who are doing trails and the people who are doing bus stops and the people who are doing crosswalks. I'm not quite sure how all that works. So when we notice an area that needs some attention, does it matter who you contact, or do you just contact Public Works?
Usually that call would come through to Public Works, depending on the nature of the call and who it's from. And then John is the lucky one that receives most of these calls, and then he can disperse those calls to which department he feels like that would take care of them.
Okay. And it says that you're playing a lot of catch up, trying to, get on top of the issues and be proactive rather than reactive. So when you get a call for some proactive management, are you able to get to that, or are you too stacked up with your reactive calls already?
Wow. Again, it all depends on the call and what that proactive request would be. We always absorb all suggestions of things from people and from the residents. Sometimes some of the requests are already in a scheduled event coming forward, so we can give them that information, depending on what that request is. We are very stacked up with things, so we do react in areas where safety is a concern. And if we are in an area when we have already put in the proper requirements to do work in an area, we try and take care of everything in that area to prevent us to have to go back and redo. So yes, it is a little balancing act of trying to figure out which goes first and second.
Right. Okay, so I'm trying not to get too far down in the weeds, but being aware of a situation that's come to light, it's made me question whether or not we need some more resources in this area. So for example, the corner of Heather Bell and Lagoon Road, where you've just done the bus stop improvements, There's also a drainage ditch that is in the area, and there's a steep drop off at the back of the transit stop. So, and there's no paint on the crosswalk yet. So there's a lot of observations that I've been made aware of issues that are related to safety at that corner. And is that because you're at an interim step, or is that because you can't get to it yet?
Well, I think it's a little bit of both. Any kind of safety hazard we try and look at right away as quickly as possible to make sure that we put something in place to correct it. The bus stops we've built this year have been, I think, between 12 and 15 bus stops this year, and close to 30 bus stops over the past year and a half. That have all built with some consideration as to where the location is and the functionality of them. Those are the types of requests that we get. It's exactly what you've just made, which are to do with drainage issues and steep drop-offs. Sometimes the fix is not a quick fix. It is a scheduled fix where parts or pieces may have to be ordered, hand railings. We do rely a fair bit on engineering's input to these types of things as to the steepness of a drop-off, the magnitude of it, and what the recommended fix would be that they would like to see in considering a railing or a split rail fence or some fill-in of gravel, whatever it would require to take care of the safety hazard. Drainage is always a priority for us. I think over the past couple of years, our drainage has improved immensely just from staff knowledge and the staff consideration to these areas, knowing that if we don't correct it, and depending on where the water is coming from and where it's going, could create more of a problem for us. So that is why these requests that come through are very important, and we try and address them as soon as possible. But staffing and numbers of staffing is difficult, because if it does become a priority, we have to stop what we're doing in one area to react to another area, especially this time of season. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Day. Councillor Baxter?
I just have a question on snow clearing of sidewalks. Reading the information here, it sounds like we only clear sidewalks in front of city property. But I'm concerned about the sidewalks on Soup Road, particularly in commercial areas or access to commercial areas. Are they all maintained by the property owners, or does the city clear them?
Yeah, snow clearing on sidewalks has been a bit of an issue for us at Public Works. I think we've had different suggestions through council over the years as to what would be a Public Works job to do, or whether it's residents to do. We do clear all the islands and accessible walkways as best as possible after a snowfall. Any help from residents and areas is always appreciated. We tell our guys that if they're going from area A to area B, to basically leave their plow down or their snow blower in process to clear that area, so that we can take on more than what we are set out to do. But then again, that is something that we hope that council can help us with as to what the requirements and demands they would like to see us do.
I'll be bringing forward a motion on that when we get to priorities.
Thank you. Okay, there's a number of hands, but just on that topic, Bob, clearing in front of the Royal Roads University, whose responsibility is that? The sidewalk.
I will chime in on that. It's Rob Boyle, Manager of Public Works.
Yes.
It is the property owner responsibility to clear that section of sidewalk on Souk Road according to the bylaw.
Well, somebody better talk to him about that, I think. We'll put that on the mayor's list.
Chair Parkinson?
Go ahead there, Mr. Earl.
Thank you. Council, sorry, if committee looks at the 2021 priority list, the last priority is the creation of a snow and ice policy. Administration recognizes that there's ambiguity with respect to whether or not there's a sidewalk that may be important enough to transfer responsibility from the adjacent owner to the municipality. And so we would like in 2021 to go through a process to create a snow and ice policy. Within that, there would be a specific sidewalk section. Within that, we would have a conversation with council about, are there any sidewalks that the city should take direct control of?
Thank you. That it, Councillor Baxter?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Logan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bob, thank you very much for your report. Just want to zero in on the asphalt comments and note that the department wants to be more proactive in terms of road repairs and maintenance and that sort of stuff. Is the challenge, and I'm assuming that by proactive, you're kind of working off the pavement condition report that was done?
We are managing that program remediation report. It's not in full force in Public Works yet. The reactiveness that I refer to is the pavement areas that have failed over the years that we haven't gotten to, that over winter months require they have problems for us. Other areas are utility cuts that we absorb through gas installations, and those are our responsibility to also repair.
Okay, and I guess my next question is, in order to maintain a kind of even a reactive or even get to a proactive state, do you see an increase in the road repair budget needed to ensure that happens?
I do. We've done an excellent program this year, and it's the first year of recent years that we've actually been able to put some money towards these repairs. But yes, definitely a budget increase and a staffing. I mean, if the money's there and the staff is not there, it kind of goes hand in hand. We would love to have a specific crew be able to do some of these roadway repairs. Yes.
Thank you. And I do notice I think there was a lot of the repairs this year were contracted out, right?
I can answer that one, sorry. Councillor Logan. Large patch paving is not valued from City College staff for time and equipment use. We've worked it out that it's contracted services like that will benefit the city, and that's part of the big paving program. The current staffing level, we can only do so much patching, so there's no way we'd be able to do that much on our own.
Right, yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Logan. Mayor Martin?
Thank you. I don't want to beat this over the bush too much, so but I do want to just go back to snow. I concur with our chair in regards to in front of Royal Roads, but a couple questions I have in regards to the new sidewalk that was built on the Chosen Road that takes you down to Royal Beach. There's really no houses there, so are we taking responsibility for that? And will we be plowing that, or do we have an expectation that residents? In addition to that, I'm just going to throw these two questions in at the same time. So are we as a city ensuring that we are providing safe pathways for students to get to school? So do we identify where each school is and the main pathways that children are using to get to those schools, and are we plowing those to ensure that they're getting to school safely during snow?
Rob Boyle, Manager of Public Works, again, I will chime in on this one. In regards to the school routes, yes, we put it as a priority, but staff is looking for council's direction or desires to ensure that is a priority, is to make sure that those become a top priority. The same as our chair roads to come before local roads, we want those sidewalks done. Your answer towards the Chosen Road sidewalk going down the hill, that would be a city maintained sidewalk because it actually fronts our park. So we would not, that burden would not come onto the residents for rain.
And in addition, so this is my last snow question. Do we, as a city, do we make a point of plowing pathways like Meadow Park and Colwood Creek Park during snowstorms, or like after a snowstorm?
Hi, this is Gord. We do any of the hard surface pathways in parks. So Meadow Park would be one that we actually take our machines down. We can't really plow the gravel pathways, but any of the hard surface pathways and all of the hard surface cut throughs off of like Pickford to David Cameron, we make sure that those are all plowed and salted as well.
Okay, thank you. And then one other question is just, and this is what I've noticed in other jurisdictions this summer was, and I don't know if this is a school district issue or if this is a city issue or what, but I've noticed, for example, the town of View Royal this year did a paint job on the roads in regards to, it's probably like a 15-foot by 15-foot big square red that says you are entering a school zone. And they've done that for every school. I've also noticed that other jurisdictions have also done that. Who's making the decision of that paint in identifying school zones? Is that a city responsibility or is that a school district responsibility?
I guess I'll have to chime in on this one. I was hoping for my director might have an input. I don't believe that the red squares would be, or any requirement for lane markings or road markings. So then that would have probably fallen to either a city expectation or city ask. We have not heard anything from the school board from my end, so that's where I would say it probably came from the city as opposed to the school board. Okay, and unfortunately, I can't think of an example with using our school district, and I'm wondering if this is an initiative that was put on by the Victoria School District, whatever school district number they are. But just to button this up though, is it our responsibility as a city or is it the school district's responsibility for paint in regards to identifying school zones? That is, Councilor Mayor Martin, it is a responsibility of the city.
Thanks. I'm done, Chair.
Okay, thank you. A couple of questions from me, if I could. Planning and coordinating around one calls. What's that about? What do you have to do on a one call? Is this for city works or for other works?
So a BC One call is a request that we have to put in for any underground locating of utilities before we can dig into the ground. So it's a process that's known across all provinces. They each have their own system. It would be no different as a resident that wants to put a fence post in their yard. They would make a call into BC One. BC One then gives them an area map of all the underground utilities that are in that area. And it's up to the homeowner, just like it would be up to us as a municipality to locate and visually locate the utilities before we can dig with a machine or a hydro excavation.
So 82 times you've said we want to put something in the ground and we have to find out what's there. Or is it 82 times people have come and said, we want to put something in the ground, city, where's your stuff?
Yes to all, not 82 times that somebody has come in to say that, but yes, 82 times that we have had to put a request in, whether it comes from a work order, whether it comes from a sewer service connection, if it's grading a shoulder or a boulevard, any drainage works, anytime that we're going to go in and disturb the ground in any way, we have to put a request in to know what's in that ground before we put our guys in a machine in that area. So yeah, okay. It's a process that we go through. It's about a 6-day process once the request is put in to get these utility maps back. And then we now have trained staff this year through a 3-day certificate course to be able to go out and locate these utilities before we do the work.
Thank you. Mr. Molnar, did you want to chip in?
Yes, thanks very much. Through the chair, just to add a little bit, going back a couple, it's about the school zone markings. Those are completely up to the municipal jurisdiction. They typically go in obviously adjacent to the sign. So all the pavement markings and line works in front of a school are our responsibility. And those school zones are a thermoplastic line painting that sometimes last up to 12 to 15 years, depending on the traffic stream. They cost about $7,000 each.
Thank you. And then can I ask a question? What's the policy for sweeping cycle lanes? Like, we're trying to encourage cycling, and obviously if cycling's not much fun if you keep getting a flat every few kilometers. So how often do we try to clean the cycling lanes?
Thank you, Chair. This is John Russell here. With regard to street sweeping, we currently have a contract for that. And with regard to the cycle lanes in particular, that happens typically when there is a curb and gutter, that sort of thing. We get the sweeper to go as close out to the side of the road as possible, but they are generally swept at the same frequency as a roadway. And unfortunately, because the traffic pushes a lot of debris over there, sometimes it can accumulate between sweeping. So we've talked to the contractor about getting some of those inaccessible areas. So the separated bike lanes along Victoria Boulevard, we hope to include those in a more formal rotation in future, but that will be part of likely RFQ that will be going out next year.
And if I could just add, Chair Parkinson, that would be a service that would be welcomed in-house with proper equipment and manpower. The cleaning and maintenance of bike lanes could be more frequent. Right now, it's a contracted service that we have that does a route throughout the city. Whereas if that was an in-house program, those bike lanes and things could be maintained at a scheduled time that suits us. Thank you.
What, just for my curiosity, how many days a week would we have a street sweeper working in Colwood?
John Russell here. This is typically a once a month rotation, and also on demand too. So if we get complaints, we do a call out and we call them in and they do it. But it's typically once a month, and they do all of the arterial roads. So it's typically 4 to 5 days maximum per month.
So, okay, so maybe a quarter to a fifth time. Okay, all right. Okay, should we, oops, I have a hand up. Councillor Day.
Thank you. On the cycle lane sweeping, I'd just like to point out that I have been hearing for a very long time, since the days of the Cycling Advisory Committee, about debris issues, especially near construction zones, but also in other areas where the street sweeper has gone by, and because there isn't a sidewalk or a curb on the side of the road, I guess they don't go over to the side. So all the debris from the travel lane is being swept basically into the cycle lane, and it can stay there for months at a time. And it is not just a flat tire issue, it is a safety issue. You know, my son was sidelined from his schooling for an entire year for a broken wrist from debris, and in fact fell again in front of West Shore Parks and Rec because of ice, and it regularly accumulates in the spot that he actually went down on the black ice there. So I think it is quite important that we look at finding ways to do our cycle lanes better, because I think increasingly those cycling options are going to be increasing. I know a number of residents who are regularly participating in council meetings who cycle to work, and they're probably my age. So it's not really limiting people from taking that as an option.
I know the young people like to cycle these days, Cynthia. I understand that. Well, you know, I would accept when we get to the priorities thing, perhaps we could create a street sweeping or a bike lane sweeping policy as well. But anyway, let's dive into these motions. Road service review. that the Finance and Governments Committee recommend to Council that the road service area be received and the amended successes, challenges, opportunities sections be included in the draft 2021 service review. I get a mover for that. Councillor Day.
Can I
Any
also add to the motion that under the challenges, opportunities, that we put cycle lane sweeping in there as well?
You want to put in there? Okay, yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, so that's all part of the main motion now, including cycle lane sweeping as a challenge or an opportunity. Any discussion? Councillor Baxter.
I think the added piece should go under priorities. Well, I wonder if anybody agrees with that on staff, that that's where it belongs. No comment from staff.
Mr. Earl does reluctantly seem to put up his hand.
Sorry, I'm just trying to understand the question. Is the comment that cycle lane sweeping should be a 2021 priority? Or I think it's both a current challenge and potentially a 2021 priority.
Okay, well, let's put it in both places. As a cyclist, I'd like to see it in both places, so.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, that's passed. Okay, that the amended council expectations section of the road service area be included in the draft 2021 service review. Who wants to make that motion? Councillor Baxter. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, any in opposition? That motion passes. And that the amended 2021 priority section of the road service area be included in the draft 2021 service review. Councillor Day.
Sorry, I think my hand was still up from before, but I'm fine with that. And let's add the cycle sweeping in there because I think it's really important for all ages.
So that's the 2021 priorities plus creation of a cycle lane sweeping policy.
Yes.
So I have City Hall with their hand in the air again. Mr. Earl.
Thank you, Chair Parkinson. So either as a subset of a snow and ice policy or a sidewalk policy, a specific winter pathways to school be a priority for 2021.
Correct. Yes. Councillor Day meant to add that as well. You're very, very good catch. Okay, discussion on the motion. Mayor Martin.
Thank you. I just don't want to be presumptuous. In regards to the sweeping, can staff tell me if they have already done an analysis of the cost benefits of doing it in-house versus contracting it out right now? Have we ever looked at that? Like, I'm assuming if we bought the machine, then there would be a cost savings long term, but I don't know how long the machine is. So I'm just curious if that work has actually already been done.
Mr. Earl.
So I don't know if specifically work has been done on the street sweeper, but I can assure you that in every instance, administration will look at the cost effectiveness of providing in-house service or hiring experts from outside of house. But I'll let the team comment specifically on sweeping.
I can comment about on sweeping. Sweeper trucks are notorious for breakdowns and unreliability, which puts a lot of strain on basing our servicing and those things. Currently, it has not been a high priority management of the sweeping operation. So yes, clear direction going forward to increase that level of service would be much appreciated. And we would definitely take in the bike lanes. And moving forward, if in order to bring it in-house, that would be an evaluation at the time.
Thank you, Mr. Boyle. You good there, Mayor? Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? As amended or completed, I guess, wasn't amended. Any opposition? Okay, that passes. Okay, now we get the nitty-gritty. That it be resolved that asphalt maintenance services be maintained, increased, or decreased. Now, just for clarity, for everybody's on the same page, I'm going to suggest that a maintenance includes the increased scope that's been talked about and budgeted for, thrown in the budget. So let's start with that as the position and see who wants to make a motion. Councillor Baxter.
Move maintain.
Discussion? Opposition? Nope. I'll assume you're trying to discuss, Councillor Day. Just
Yes,
getting
sorry, I just feel that we've spent quite a few years of not doing a lot of asphalt maintenance, and I'm seeing more and more issues with our asphalt. And some of them were able to be repaired this year, and some are still outstanding. So I do think that is an area where we need to put a little more focus.
which I believe is already in the plans there, Councillor Day, which is why I think maintenance is the right place here. But I mean, I think our 5-year plan showed a big increase in costs for asphalt repairs.
Right, but I haven't seen them actually happen.
Nevertheless, we have a motion to maintain asphalt maintenance services. Any in opposition? Nope, none in opposition. Okay, that it be resolved that bike lane maintenance be maintained, increased, or decreased. Can I have a motion? Councillor Day.
I would move that we increase the bike lane maintenance.
So noted. Any discussion? And I lowered your hand, Mr. Baxter, so raise it again if you want to talk. Okay, I have Mayor Martin beating out Councillor Baxter. Mayor.
Awesome. I don't oppose what Councillor Day is suggesting, but have we done, and this is to staff through you, Chair, have we done any actual studies or work to actually see how many bikes are actually in those bike lanes? Like, I guess my concern is I don't want to be spending what works out to, $100 a biker to keep that roadway clean. So do we have any sort of stats on pathways regarding bike paths?
Through the chair, Rob Boyle, Manager of Public Works. No, we have no stats on that. But I would bring up, and I would caution council, if it is a safety concern, it's not the numbers. We have been receiving concerns about the bike lanes more frequently to debris in the bike lanes, which could be a good sign that people are starting to use them. So that's where I would be taking that information.
Okay.
Sorry, further to that, administration intends to install readers with all new projects, and we can report back at budget time with the data from the CRD, which has a reader, Galloping Goose at Whale.
Okay, thank you. In regards to Mr. Boyle's comments in regards to safety, my point is that those lanes may not be appropriate if nobody's using them. And there's no point in maintaining a lane that if I have stats that show that there's no bikers actually on those lanes. And that's what my point is with that. Not that I'm saying that I don't want to keep my residents safe. Thank you, Chair.
Duly noted, Mayor. Councillor Baxter.
I thought that we had included 2 things on bike lane sweeping already, so that essentially the increased maintenance, or at least the policy that may lead to increased maintenance, is already incorporated in what we've passed. Is that incorrect?
I would interpret our previous motions to that effect, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Day.
Thank you. I just wanted to let you know that I have been watching the number of cyclists for a number of years, and I think I live in an area that's relatively less friendly to cyclists, in that there's lots of hills and there's areas where it's narrow. But I have really noticed an increase in the numbers of cyclists that I am currently seeing on the road. And is particularly noticeable because when I'm driving to and from my house, I pass an area where cyclists often feel compelled to ride on the sidewalk. So they're very noticeable. And it's totally based on that. And I see the same people riding day in and day out, young, old, the kids in the neighborhood, as well as what I would consider the seniors are all out there on their bikes regularly. So I think if we don't maintain that infrastructure, there will be less and less people using those facilities. And the other downside to it is that the statistics show that the kids who are being driven to school have negative health outcomes for being driven rather than riding their bikes or walking. So those are important infrastructures, and they're also used by people with scooters.
Thank you, Councillor Day. Having seen no further hands, motion is that it be resolved the bike lane maintenance be increased. Any in opposition? I have Councillor Jansen and Councillor Baxter in opposition. A couple of Neanderthals who don't ride bikes enough, I guess. Okay, moving along. Skateboard. Okay, that it be resolved that snow and ice management response levels be maintained, increased, or decreased. Who wants this one? Councillor Day.
I'll move that snow and ice response levels be maintained because I think we have a really excellent reputation, and I think we should continue that.
Duly noted. I lowered all hands. If somebody wants to discuss, speak up now. Any in opposition? That passes. That it be resolved that line marking works be maintained, increased, or decreased. Councillor Baxter.
I'll move maintained.
Any discussion? Mayor Martin.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify this. One of the main complaints that I have had, and I actually had a person in my office that I actually had to throw out of my office because it got so heated, was in regards to curb painting. And so when we talk about line marking, are we talking about curbs at all, or where does curbs throughout the municipality fit?
Let's call it line marking. Go ahead. What's your point on curbs there, Mr. Mayor?
Rob Boyle.
Go ahead, Rob.
In response to curb painting has always been a bane of Colwood's existence, and the fact that we have extruded asphalt curbs that really nobody likes anyway. But previous administrations gave specific instructions not to continue painting them. I believe at the time they thought they were all going to be replaced with concrete curbs. So it's fallen, sort of dropped off the wayside. If the desire is to paint the curbs, and that would be an increase in service.
So if I can, through you, Chair, so our philosophy right now is we're just letting paint chip and we're not doing anything with it on curbs? Because that's the problem, is it begins to look like it's run down. Because you got half yellow painted curbs throughout a lot of the community, and we're not sanding them, we're not sandblasting them, we're not doing anything. So is the issue that this council needs to make a new statement if we wish to? And is that statement in this meeting, or is that a different direction?
That would be in this meeting.
Well, I mean, then I will make a comment in regards to that. My concern is I don't know what the cost would be. I don't know what the cost ramifications are to begin to sandblast everything, or for us to make a decision that we are going to paint all our curbs again. I'm not necessarily supportive of painting our curbs again, but I am supportive of our communities not looking shabby. And right now, with half chipped paint on all our curbs, especially in the Kelly area, road area, it does. It looks like we're purposely choosing not to maintain it. And so I guess I'm looking for some leadership from the staff, giving us what would be the most cost-effective way to address that issue.
Okay, luckily, I think Mr. Earl's hand is in the air. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Parkinson. If committee is interested, administration will be happy to return with options to either sandblast the remaining paint away and or begin a process to repaint existing curbs and have council determine the best approach moving forward.
Yeah, I think you better do that because I'm confused here. I don't know why curbs wouldn't be painted if they need to be painted, but okay. Are you okay with that, Mayor Martin, if we just expect a report from staff?
Well, yeah, so sorry, can I just be clear? So like voting on be resolved that the land marking works be maintained. I believe that's the motion. So how do I address it? I'm sorry, I'm still confused from a staff standpoint. What do staff need for this to either come back to a council table or back to a committee level so for us to have a more in-depth conversation with additional information? Do they need direction from us, or just the fact that we're having this conversation is direction enough?
Mr. Earl?
Thank you, Chair Parkinson. If council were to go back and amend your motion for 2021 priorities to include staff to return in 2021 with options for council to consider painting or removal of paint from curbs, that would capture it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Day.
Thank you. I've been noticing that, and part of it is some of the roads that I think I've been noticing it on are in need of repair, but the line markings, especially now that it's dark and wet out, are phenomenally hard to see. And I can certainly see that there's an awfully good safety argument to be made for increasing the line marking work that we do. Now, this being the first year that we're doing that in-house as opposed to contracting that out every other year that I've been involved with. I'm not sure if that's already in the works, but I do want to identify that it's incredibly important as the weather is dark and people are still trying to get out and go for walks, that both the sidewalks and the curbs and the lines on the road are visible, because that has been a major issue. And one of the reasons that got me prompted to get out and be involved in council was my own young daughter being almost hit by somebody wobbling on the road, and the lack of infrastructure for the safety of people on the sides of our roads. So roads aren't just for cars, they're for bicycles and for people, and we need to make them safe.
Thank you. Okay, I have a motion that it be resolved that line marking works be maintained. Any in opposition to that motion? Councillor Day is in opposition. That motion passes. That it be resolved that road shouldering services be maintained, increased, or decreased. Anybody want to make a motion on that? Councillor Logan.
Move that they be maintained, Mr. Chair.
Any discussion on that? Councillor Jansen.
Again, can we clarify specifically what this constitutes?
Yes, Councillor Jansen. Road shouldering is a part of our maintenance program where there's a few things to consider. We look at the slope of road, we look at the area, we look at getting a percentage of fall off of a roadway to protect the edge of roadway so that the gravel or granular substance that we use, whether it's millings, are compacted against the roadway to protect the edge of asphalt. With that slope of percentage off, it allows water to run off the road and get into our ditch lines or our water runoff areas. What happens is in a lot of areas where the shoulders are wider than a 1 meter shoulder that we like to implement throughout the city, is that traffic pulls over and creates rutting on the sides of the roads so that the water can't get off the road, which then falls into Councillor Day's recommendation of safety, where you get that rut on the edge of the road, where if it's not a maintained bike lane, or if a bike has to pull off onto that side of the road, they then travel into that rut and they can crash or go head over heels in those areas. So because there's a lot of areas in Colwood that aren't curb and gutter, these areas need to be maintained, and it takes quite a process along with that BC1 call and the equipment and staffing to go out and maintain these areas to make sure that those shoulders are better. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, the motion is that it be resolved that road shouldering services be maintained. Those in opposition? Seeing none, that passes. Mayor, did you want to go back to the priorities?
Yes, please, if you don't mind. So I would just like to add that staff, I guess I'm looking for, I'm trying to think the best way to phrase this. I guess the staff report back on options in regards to line painting or blasting of curbs. Is that enough direction for you, Mr. Earl?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Any discussion on that motion? Councillor Baxter? You're muted, Michael.
Could I just add that be sure we're talking about white paint here, because a lot of the curbs used to be painted yellow, and yellow is a center line color and white is an edge line color. So the curbs should be white, not yellow.
Interesting. Okay, new news, but good. Councillor Day.
Sorry, just had to add, and they're red where it's a bus stop.
And I don't have any comments on what color of paint goes on the curbs. I presume somebody smart knows that and understands it. Any in opposition to this motion? Okay, seeing none, that passes too. So we're moving right along. I think the next one is sanitary sewer service review. Who wants to lead us through that?
It's Bob here again from the Roads and Utilities side. I will start us off.
Thank you, Bob.
Sanitary sewers overview is Colwood staff managed $68.9 million worth of sanitary infrastructure, including 10 pump stations, 39 kilometers of sanitary gravity main lines, and 8 kilometers of force mains. Pump station maintenance requires frequent inspections by employees and regular cleaning with the use of degreasers as needed to maintain proper hygiene and flow. Sewer pumps are periodically lifted out of the wet wells for closer inspection, maintenance, and cleaning. Employees also perform general property maintenance of pump stations to ensure they remain in good condition. The management and automation of sewer systems utilizing SCADA is the responsibility of city employees, with support from outside technicians as needed. City staff facilitate an average of 10 residential new sewer connections each year in areas that are already serviced, and provide field review of other utility works completed by contractors. Staff intend to implement a sanitary flush and camera program in 2021 that better reflects the industry standards for lineal wastewater infrastructure maintenance. Some of the successes that we've had this year, I'll jump to that one first, is completed 10 residential sewer connections in existing service areas, with another 139 total added through development. Started implementation of SCADA upgrades for safety and functionality. This improvement includes the updating of critical communications components to benefit the security and connectivity of the system, being able to keep up with minimal maintenance as needed while being reactive. The challenges that we've come across are keeping up with the maintenance needs of the sanitary system. Staff strive to implement the programs listed in Appendix A. However, employees have struggled to provide this level of consistency and we do not yet have a proactive program of lineal infrastructure maintenance. Providing utility support with a lean interdisciplinary crew where sanitary works often come at a cost to other services. Maintaining mechanical components to factory recommended standards. Again, reactive work is the reality opposed to proactive. Exploring the viability of replacing the hydrovac truck to better provide emergency service in addition to routine maintenance. We've put some council expectations in here that sanitary systems be maintained to ensure safety and functionality for residents and maximizing the useful life of the infrastructure. Currently, maintenance work involves the tasks outlined in Appendix A. That residential sewer connections demonstrate excellent customer service. That staff provide prompt assistance to residents experiencing utility issues. If a resident expresses a concern about a utility issue affecting a dwelling, city employees respond immediately to assess and assist as needed. Help is rendered if the issue is determined to be on the city side, and we also render help sometimes for information if it's on the public side. That the technological aspects of the sanitary system are kept current. In the event of a pump failure, staff stock rebuild kit to facilitate the quick refurbishment of mechanical infrastructure. So for 2020 priorities this year, increase staff knowledge on sanitary infrastructure. This training is primarily internal and hands-on to provide employees greater field experience working with pumps and our SCADA system. To implement the SCADA system upgrade of critical communications. And then our 2021 priorities would be to implement flush and camera program for the lineal infrastructure, create a sewer maintenance operations policy for both pump stations and the lineal infrastructure, complete SCADA system upgrade, and continue staff training improvements. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Mayor Martin.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. Can we get a comment in regards to the pump station that is in Allendale lands? Right now, I know we're as a city, we're going and pumping that out. I don't know how often. But do we anticipate that that is going to end now that those lands are being developed?
Through the chair, Rob Well, Manager of Public Works. At one point in time, we were pumping it up. There is a temporary lift station that's running off of diesel generators now that's been in place for
a year and a half,
but yeah, almost 2 years. So it is a temporary system in the sense that it is powered by diesel generators. The works on Allendale will provide electrical power to the unit, and then we can be reconfigured.
You dropped off there, Rob.
Yeah.
So I said, what part did I drop off on?
After it's that temporary pump for a year and a half.
Sorry. Yeah, we didn't. Right now, it's the electrical diesel generator that's running the pump station. When the anticipated roadworks are finished on Allendale, the station will be reconfigured to electrical power, just like all the other ones.
Okay. Do we and through you, Chair, do we have any other pumps like that we're presently as a city pumping out?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Councillor Day?
So I'd like to ask staff in terms of if we maintain, increase or decrease the pump station and the linear infrastructure, how does that impact the report that we just received with Royal Beach development, which identified that there's a real capacity issue in a number of those lines and potentially some environmental difficulties perhaps coming our way if we don't. So I'm just trying to determine in my mind, where our system has to be upgraded. What impact does this decision have on that?
So, sorry, Chair, before staff answers, can I just, and it's just, and I know Councillor Day didn't intend for this, but we are not, because we just finished our public hearing and we have not had third reading, we should not be commenting at all in regards to Royal Beach. So, I mean, we can talk about general things, but we cannot talk about specifics.
Sure. Well, the report was just about the system.
I can respond in the general. In the general, when the system needs to be upgraded for any reason, that would be considered kind of maintaining the current level of service, for example. What we're asking here today is the existing pipe that we have in the ground and the existing pumps that we have in the ground, should we maintain the service that we have now, increase or decrease it? Any future enhancements of any of those systems would be separate conversations.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Day. Councillor Baxter?
I just wanted to clarify, because the conversation took a strange turn at the end there. We are not currently, and have not for a year and a half, pumped out the pump station in Allendale. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Don't see any other discussion. I'm gonna flag one area of concern here, and it's to do with the disconnect between the sewer connection fees and the connections cost. It seems like they're out of whack badly this year and reversing in years to come. I'm going to hope that when we get to council expectations, that the item 2, that residential sewer connections demonstrate excellent customer service, we could just add and cost recovery onto that. I think we always have to make sure that we're getting our costs back on items like that. And if I don't see any other discussion, I think we can hop into these motions. The first being that the Finance and Governance Committee recommend to Council that sanitary sewer service area be received and the amended successes and challenges opportunities sections be included in the draft 2021 service review. Somebody want to move that? Councillor Jansen. Any discussion? Seeing none, any in opposition? Oops, hang on. Councillor Day, go ahead.
Sorry, just in the challenges and opportunities, it doesn't say anything about capacity limitations. So I don't feel that that's very accurate representation of our system without that.
Okay, I think the capacity limitations are a number of years in the future, but do you want to list that as, do you want to list it in there? You want to list it in there? Add it in there.
Okay, let's just that. I don't want to get into details that we shouldn't be talking about, but we do need to think about whether or not our capacity is sufficient.
So an amendment to add, think about capacity limitations under the challenges and opportunities. Does that work for you, Cynthia?
Yeah, just capacity limitations.
Okay. That's an amendment, I guess, since we have a motion. Any discussion on the amendment? Councillor Baxter, is that a new hand or an old hand?
That's for discussion.
Okay.
So this is not a maintenance issue. The capacity is not a maintenance issue. It's a capital works issue. And I'm pretty sure staff have it completely in hand, but it doesn't come under the heading of maintenance. So I'll oppose.
Okay. I see Mr. Earl's hand, I believe.
I was going to make a similar comment. At the next meeting, when council is having a similar conversation with the engineering team, changes to our systems, such as our sanitary system, that are engineered in nature, that's where this type of conversation and commentary would be best placed.
Okay. Councillor Day?
So I just want to respond in that I don't believe that's true, because if we are exceeding our capacity.
She froze for me. Did she freeze for everybody? Okay,
Yeah.
let's give her.
Yeah.
Oh,
She's put the 40.
Cynthia,
Trying.
you froze for a bit. Can you go back to basically where you
Yeah.
started?
Sure. So if we don't have sufficient capacity within the lines, then those lines cannot serve the existing customers. So it is a maintenance issue at that point.
Okay. Again, is that Mr. Earl?
Thank you, Chair Parkinson. Staff are hopeful that the first council expectation would direct us in that regard, that the sanitary system be maintained to ensure safety and functionality for residents and maximize the useful life of the infrastructure. So administration takes that to mean that we need to scale and maintain the system appropriately for the residents who rely upon it.
Thank you. Okay, so we still have the motion on the floor that would amend this to think about capacity limitations under challenges and opportunities. Any further discussion? Those in favor of the amendment, those in opposition to the amendment. I don't know why I've never done one in favor, I don't think. Those in opposition to the amendment. Councillor Jansen, Councillor Logan, and Councillor Baxter and Mayor Martin are in opposition. So we lose the amendment and we go back to the main motion. Any further discussion on the main motion? Mayor Martin, I have your hand up. Is that just because I haven't lowered it correctly?
Yes, my apologies.
No, my fault. Okay, so then we have the main motion. Not seeing any further discussion. Those in opposition? That passes. And that the amended council expectations.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I just want to be recorded as opposed. I don't think that you can say that capacity isn't an issue.
Okay, sorry about that, Councillor Day. I jumped too quickly there. So next, that the amended council expectations section of the storm sewer services be included in draft 2021 service review. I'm hoping somebody will move that, and if you would include the bit about cost recovery in item 2, that would make me a happy man. Councillor Baxter.
So moved.
Any discussion?
Sorry, can I hear the motion? I've lost where you guys are.
So sorry, we're on the council expectations section, Cynthia, of sanitary sewers, that the amended council expectations section of the sanitary sewers service area be included in the draft 2021 service review. And item number 2 under council expectations currently reads that residential sewer connections demonstrate excellent customer service. And that's being added, after that is being added, and cost recovery. Okay. Any discussion on the council expectations? Mayor Martin.
Thank you. So sorry, and I don't want to fall down the same pathway that Councillor Day ended up talking about in regards to, this may be offside as well, just in regards to, this may not be a maintenance question, but I'm curious about in regards to the pump station moving from the bottom of Lagoon, because I see that there's a transfer to reserves for capital in the budget. And do we have a date on when we're planning on that? And would that be considered maintenance or would that be considered capital? Since it's a pump that we're not replacing it, we're just moving it. Well, I guess we're replacing it. I just would like clarification before
Mr. Earl, is that what you?
Thank you, Chair Parkinson. That would be a conversation at the engineering table.
Okay, so that's not in here. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So sorry, Chair. Just so that I'm clear, though, could someone please tell me what is the transfer to reserves for capital? Then.
Absolutely, through the chair, Mayor Martin. Thank you for your question. Any sewer enhancement fees that the city collects are transferred to reserves for purposes of sewer capital. We also currently Utilize a portion of the sewer user fee to fund a transfer to reserves for purposes of sustainable sewer fleet infrastructure management. And that is what that budget represents.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in opposition? Seeing none, that gets us through council expectations.
Nope,
Now-
sorry, I was opposed.
I'm so sorry, Cynthia. I'm slow picking you up. I can tell you, I'm getting a little punchy here. Don't expect much out of me tonight. Okay, that it be resolved that pump station maintenance services be maintained, increased, or decreased. Can I get a mover on that? Councillor Baxter.
Maintained.
Discussion? Seeing none, those in opposition? Seeing none, that passes. That it be resolved that linear infrastructure system maintenance be maintained, increased, or decreased. Councillor Baxter.
Maintained.
Any discussion? Councillor Day.
Thanks. Just wondering, sorry, I'm trying not to cough. For the infrastructure system, I'm losing my mind. You're not alone here, Councillor.
It's contagious.
So I'm struggling to try to figure out what is maintenance and what is increasing the system. So if we believe that the system needs to be maintained or improved, and yet we vote to maintain our service levels, will that be accomplished by different means?
Well, I guess I think it will. I think that upsizing it or increasing its capacity would be a capital project. I think the maintenance is basically they're flushing once in a while now. Should they flush more often? Should they camera more often to try and increase the life of the linear infrastructure system? That would be my interpretation.
Okay, and it has nothing to do with the I&I or any of the other issues?
Well, I&I would definitely be maintenance, yes. So looking after I&I would be a maintenance thing.
Yeah, so considering we have a not very old system, we have a lot of issues. So I don't think that maintaining the system is an acceptable level of direction.
Maintaining the maintenance, you mean?
Well, I heard that there are significant I&I issues. Now, when we started learning about sewers, I&I was not a concern in Colwood because our sewers were practically brand new. Now they're 20 years old, but that's still not very old.
No, sorry, Cynthia. What I was trying to point out was that you talked about maintenance not being the thing. You mean you don't want to maintain the level of maintenance? You think the level of maintenance should be increased? I think.
Correct.
Okay. I have a couple of hands in the air. Let's go with Mr. Earl first.
Thank you, Chair Parkes. The administration is in a process of discovery right now. We remain hopeful that the bulk of our I&I problems are from some of the oldest pipe associated with the Department of Natural Defense lands.
Okay. Councillor Baxter.
Yeah, I was just going to point out that a good part of the system owned by Colwood is practically new, but the system in the Belmont area owned by the Department of Defense is not just extremely old, but it's extremely leaky, and that's likely where most of our I&I is coming from.
Okay, we seem to be, whatever. Mr. Molnar, you want to jump in here?
Only that we'll be prepared to address this more when the engineering review comes up next week. We've engaged KWL and can speak more to this at that time. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, so right now we have a motion that it be resolved that linear infrastructure system maintenance be maintained. Those in opposition to that motion? Seeing none, that passed. Okay, moving on to storm sewers.
All right, Chair Parkinson?
Yes?
Checking in that you made a motion with respect to 2021 priorities in the area of sanitary.
Sorry, say again, please, Mr. Earl.
Just checking in that a motion was made with respect to 2021 priorities for sanitary.
Yeah, I don't know. Did I miss that one? Okay. Who wants to make a motion to that the amended 2021 priority section of the storm of, oh, wait a minute. 2021 priority section of the sanitary sewer service area be included in the draft 2021 service review. Oh, everybody's over that one. Councillor Logan.
So moved.
Discussion. Seeing none. Opposition. Seeing none. Okay. Now we can move on to storm sewers.
Okay, thank you, Chair Parkinson. Yeah, it's Bob here again. Colwood staff manage 85.1 million worth of storm infrastructure, including 6 kilometers of drainage culverts, 25 kilometers of ditches, 35 kilometers of storm drainage pipe, and 1,300 catch basins. Starting in 2020, catch basins are inspected and flushed with a hydrovac truck to ensure they are clear and functional. Work is also done to clear grass and brush to ensure that access to easements where manholes are located is unimpeded. In 2021, staff intend to implement a flush and camera program of storm mains to gather data and ensure the health of the system. Open utility systems are maintained seasonally. Ditches are mowed but not beautified. Culverts, inlets, and outlets are inspected and cleared. Head walls are repaired and washed out spillways are fixed as needed. During significant winter rains, city employees actively monitor drainage infrastructure to keep systems in working order. We've put in council expectations that storm systems be maintained to ensure safety and functionality for residents and maximize the useful life of the infrastructure. Catch basins cleaned once per year with essential monitoring during heavy rainfall. The critical open drainage infrastructure be kept clear, open systems inspected once per year with brush cutting only for function, limited aesthetic consideration. Select critical hotspots are monitored more frequently during heavy rains. That staff provide prompt assistance to residents experiencing stormwater issues. Currently, employees provide reactive stormwater management, often in response to public concern. That staff provide clarity to the public regarding the maintenance practices and requirements relating to open systems, while most critical water courses are provided annual maintenance. For example, Fulton Road and Upper Cecil Blog. Many sections of open infrastructure are the responsibility of residents as frontage under the Traffic and Highways bylaw. So the successes for our storm system, completed inspection and cleaning of all catch basins in the city, located critical areas of improvement and provided much needed repairs to a storm line up on Drummond Way and St. Troy and Lagoon Road. Some of the challenges: we do not currently have a proactive program of lineal storm system maintenance. The C1 Allendale drainage pond overflow and related pumping, it was a challenge for us, but we ended up being very successful in managing it. Providing reactive service to infrastructure, mitigating problems that could have been resolved with some proactive works, exploring the viability of replacing the hydrovac truck to better provide emergency service in addition to routine maintenance. The 2020 priorities that are ongoing is implement drainage pond maintenance, a program to ensure these critical assets are accessible and monitored, install magic holes or drainage barrels as needed to better capture overland water in areas where former open water courses have been filled. The 2021 priorities are to create a stormwater maintenance operation policy, continue assessing and improving stormwater infrastructure through an inlet and outlet inspection program, implement flush and camera program for system maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Discussion? Councillor Day.
Thank you. I did notice in reading the report that we don't have a proactive program at this point in time. So I'm just wondering if staff could provide some comment in terms of what it would take to do that.
Wow, that's a tough question. I think resources, of course, would be the first thing. Having enough people in a department that can continually monitor and go over areas of our storm system. Instead of waiting for a system like that to fail and then reacting on what the repair would be. I think that would be my first guess at answering your question as to being proactive in an area like that. Just to add to that, we do have hotspot areas in the municipality where heavy rainfall and water flows can erode areas and things, and those areas are on a hotspot list that the Public Works Department equally in total between parks and roads and utilities we monitor throughout the rainy seasons. So those would be areas that would require maybe a little bit more attention for structural work that take on most of these water flows, these heavier water flows.
So I think that it's very difficult to apply the same level of service throughout Colwood, but I think that there have historically been some actions that have been taken that have even made things worse over time, where we've cleaned out a ditch and then the water is going under the culvert instead of through the culvert. And that is the type of thing that I think would perhaps pay dividends in the future, because there is a lot of damage that can happen with stormwater. So that I'll save the rest for motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Day. Any other discussion? Stay with us, Mayor. We're just about done. Okay, well, let's look at the motions then. Recommend the Finance and Governments Committee recommend to Council that the storm sewer service area be received and that the amended successes and challenges / opportunities sections be included in the draft 2021 service review. Somebody want to move that? Councillor Baxter. Lowering all hands. Any discussion? Councillor Day.
Thank you. I don't want to ask to identify the hotspots right here, but I would like to see that the hotspots are identified and tracked for special attention for proactive management.
Okay, that would go in the challenges and opportunities section, I believe. And I'm going to take that as an amendment.
Sorry, an amendment to the priorities.
Well, we're not on priorities yet.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So I'll come back to you on priorities. Any other discussion on, even I'm getting successes and challenges / opportunities. Any other discussion? Any objections? Any opposed to this motion? Motion passes. And that the amended council expectations sections of the storm sewer services area be included in the draft 2021 service review. Councillor Baxter.
So moved.
Discussion on council expectations. Any in opposition? That passes. The amended 2021 priority section of the storm sewer service area be included in the draft 2021 service review. Councillor Day.
Thank you. Sorry, I've lost where you are. I was trying to formulate my next motion.
I'm back on to 2021 priorities for you, where you could put in your thing about hotspots.
Okay, so I would like to add that hotspots be given special attention to enable proactive management.
Okay. Any discussion on that motion? Councillor Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just through you to Councillor Day. Just wondering what you're meaning by special attention, because I understand from Bob that they're already on the on kind of a priority list to watch and react to.
Sure. So they're watching them and reacting to them, but they're not doing any proactive work to prevent it from happening again next year. So what I'm asking is that they put them on a list and make a plan over time, no huge rush, but as we can identify it, come up with a plan for how to fix that so it isn't a problem next year.
Councillor Jansen.
I'm reading through here trying to find the definition of hotspot. Are we talking like where there's repeated issues, or what's?
That's how I would interpret it. Yeah. Areas.
Whose definition is that? Is that ours, or is that staff's, or what?
Staff.
That was staff.
Councillor Jensen, there, it's Bob here. Over the years, we have created a sheet of areas and addresses of importance for waterways. These are inlets and outlets that transfer water from one area to another, and that create heavy flow in heavy rains and rainfall. And even the runoff after a rainfall is important in them as well. These are also areas that will release water from high-level holding ponds compared to just road runoff or in storm drains and things like that. Some of these areas are built with the aluminum culverts, and our culverts and our storm system is aging now, and we're coming across more and more failures in these systems. So we do monitor them. We do a very thorough flood watch when it is raining to make sure after the fall, when the leaves are fallen, that these areas stay clear of debris. But we don't get into too much replacement until needed, or until there's an absolute failure. So we monitor these areas as best as we can, but they are a heavy water flow area, these ones. And they are in your storm drainage Appendix A flood watch sheet. We have them all laid out as to what route they're in. We've got the city labeled in 4 routes, orange, red, blue, and green.
Thank you, and it all sounds pretty proactive to me.
Okay, I'll assume that's it from you then, Dean. Councillor Baxter.
So that addresses hotspots, but I'd like to add, if Councillor Day will permit, that we address bullet 1 under challenges and opportunities by adding a priority that says to bring forward proposals for a proactive program of linear storm system maintenance.
I'm certainly happy to include that.
Thank you.
Okay, staff can let me do that without an amendment? Okay, no hands up. I'm going to take that as a yes. Any more discussion? Any in opposition? That motion passes. Okay, now the final thing. Let it be resolved that service to closed drainage systems be maintained, increased, or decreased. Councillor Jansen.
Sounds good. I'll make I'll root for maintained. Sorry, my hand was just left up in opposition with the last motion there, but I'm happy to make this motion too.
Sorry, do you want your opposition noted on the last motion?
No, it doesn't really matter.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so Councillor Jansen moves that it be resolved that service to closed drainage systems be maintained. I have Councillor Jansen, I presume your hand should go down. And Councillor Day, thank you.
Thank you. I actually think that the costs of failure are so potentially damaging that I think we should be increasing the service level in this area to get a handle on the things that we just identified in the previous motion.
Okay, and I'd agree with that. Thinking, just listening to the rains outside now, it's we do have more water to deal with. Any other discussion? Councillor Baxter.
I assume that our additions to the priorities will produce proposals from staff, which will include costs of reacting or going from a reactive to a proactive way of dealing with it. And that by including those in the priorities and then saying maintain, the maintain is to maintain it with those priorities there, which in effect will have the result of increasing the budget.
Yeah, well, it sounds like the sort of thing lawyers could argue about forever. What does it really mean? Are we maintaining or increasing budgets?
So
we
we could ask staff
I'm
if
confused.
that is the case, or if they require an increase in order to achieve what we've already asked them to achieve.
Yeah, okay, good. Mr. Earls, the bringer of all clarity, Mr. Earl is going to chime in here.
Thank you, Chair Parkinson. If committee is interested in increasing the level of service here, we'd recommend that you do so with the motion that you're discussing right now, indicating as a 2021 priority that we return with a potential program of linear maintenance. If we don't have the resources to fund it, then it's just that. It would be here's what a program could look like when you determine to increase the level of service. And so if committee is desirous to increase this level of service, we'd recommend that you give us that information now. If you do so, again, at budget, we will bring back options. You could choose not to move forward with those options, but you will have them to look at that point.
So I would interpret that as saying completely disagreeing with Michael, completely agreeing with Cynthia. The motion on the floor should fail and we should pass one to increase it. But of course, it's up to you guys. Motion is to maintain. Those in opposition. Of Councillor Day, Councillor Jansen, Councillor Baxter, and myself in opposition. And 10% battery left. So let's keep going. And Councillor Logan as well. That motion fails. Somebody make a motion quickly here before my iPad dies. Councillor Day.
I will move that the service to closed drainage systems be increased.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Any in opposition? Seeing none, that passes. Next, that it be resolved that service to open drainage systems be maintained, increased, or decreased. Councillor Baxter.
Maintained.
You're going to make me do this again, aren't you? Any discussion? Councillor Day.
Thank you. Again, I'm going to argue that it should be increased because many of the areas that are on the hotspot sheet that we just made a motion about to have a more proactive management plan for are open systems.
Councillor Baxter, do you want to go through your explanation about how maintenance is the same as increasing, or should we just?
I think the open systems are just that they're open and they're visible to staff during their rounds. I think the closed systems are where the issue is, and that's what we need to increase. certainly as a priority.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor that it be resolved that service to open drainage systems be maintained. Seeing no more hands, those in opposition. Councillor Day is in opposition. Okay, that's that. The next meeting of the Finance Government Committee is scheduled for Monday, November 23rd, 2020. I see Councillor Jansen with his hand up first.
Motion to adjourn.
Done. We're adjourned. Night all. See you in an hour.